Without further ado, let us begin the next session of Odyssey of the Dragonlords. The heroes of prophecy have journeyed deep into the old woods in search of the ship, the Ultros, which once carried the Dragonlords, more specifically was captained by Estor Arklander. But on their journey, they have met their fair share of both troubles and peace. Zach, would you like to describe or recap what has happened previously?
Yes.
My God.
On the trail of the Ultros, heroes of prophecy had an encounter with the sons of Pythor that ended in a cave-in, petrification, and a narrow escape. We then headed for the local village of Tasea, the closest town nearby, where Tasea grew up before she came to Mitros. It was an interesting reunion of sorts for Tasea, being home in her home village. She wasn't thrilled to go back, it seemed like. We met the leader, in a way, of the village, whose name I'm struggling to remember now. I think I wrote it down. Nope, didn't write it down.
Archon.
Archon, thank you.
Archon.
Archon with an H. Yes.
Was it? I was making a joke.
I don't know. DM shaking his head. This esteemed satyr gentleman, whose shall remain nameless for the present. It turned out we went there while it was a festival.
Arcus.
Is that right? Arcus?
Right, because Argus is the big one, and Arcus is the satyr.
Yes.
Arcus is the councilman, and then Methuselah was Tasea's friend. The guy friend. The guy friend. Yeah.
Maybe I should have my notes open. That'd be a good idea.
The way he gossiped, he's a girlfriend. We all know.
So it was a festival of springtime and renewal. Festival of renewal. That sounds right. Arcus, Methuselah. We also met, Methuselah was a childhood friend of Tasea. We learned later his little brother died in the attack. And then we also met Rhea, who made less than a positive impression on most of the party, we'll say. Was openly antagonistic toward Tasea. But we got invited to participate in this festival, and set about doing the different contests to crown the queen or king. There are different prizes for winning some of the different contests. We were able to participate in a few. There was a drinking contest, drinking and insult contest, which went better for some than others. What was the first contest? Oh, goodness. I'm struggling here.
Flowers, the bouquet.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. The first contest. So there are three teams, the Pokemon Go teams, red, yellow, and blue. And Tassie and Vander were on blue team.
Blue.
And the others were on red, I believe. And
no one chose Team Instinct.
No one chose
it's like real life.
I chose yellow in real life.
I did too.
Me too!
Look at that. Anyway, so the yellow team ended up winning the flower contest, I believe, after some sabotage. So Zera, Nick, and Echo determined to sabotage Rhea and also try and make Tassia win. Somebody poisoned Nick during the drinking contest, and if it wasn't for his acid blood, that could have been an ugly thing. Some of us found out this village has some unpleasant history with soldiers in Mitros. Oh boy, I'm missing some things. But after that drinking contest, there are set to be a few more contests that day. And
middle one was singing one as well that Echo did.
Right.
That we all
Thank you.
her with.
Yes. Echo played a beautiful song and won for the red team. Partially to gain Rhea's trust, but then there was a remembrance part of the festival where the village went out to a grove where the dead were buried beneath trees, and eating the fruit of those trees is supposed to give you a taste of how the deceased feel about a person. So Tasea took some time there, had a conversation with Arcus, sort of a tense conversation with Arcus, and where he tried to apologize for some things, but it seemed like she wasn't ready to accept that in some ways. There are other things that happened. If anyone else remembers, help me out.
That was pretty good.
Vander remembered some bad stuff he did in the village that has not really been elaborated on.
That's true.
Or crimes, question mark. And you completely glossed over the fact that after all of us banded together to support our girl, she goosed me! Yes. Not bitter. Nick might be, but I'm not. It's fine.
Mic on.
Which brings us now to the present. The morning after the night of remembrance. In the center of the festival renewal, where the spirits of the dead and those who have been lost are called for a moment back to grieve and to celebrate those who are still living. But now the morning comes, and with it, new beginnings. And the river run. The fourth of the competitions, and the next opportunity with which to achieve victory. Or at the very least, find our spring festival king or queen. With that being said, is there anything any of you would have done during the evening or during the morning before the contestants are nominated to endure the long marathonian race, the falls and back?
Mic off.
I see Chloe preparing to speak.
Echo is going to get up extra early so she can do her whole routine, and then she's gonna go around to the men and women, the younger ones, not children, but our age-ish, and she is going to try and strike up some banter about Nick's romantic trysts and how salacious and desirable he is in every kingdom across Balia. And just try and hype him up. She's trying to wingman.
I should specify, when you wake up, your bedroll is full of centipedes.
Okay. So whoever is sleeping near her probably heard her scream. And also probably heard Shatter go off.
That is the equivalent of a shotgun.
Can you imagine the mess that would make in your sleeping bag? Oh.
You don't need to roll for any of that.
Alright. But yeah, she's just trying to get people interested in Nick as a romantic prospect.
Okay.
And say that he's good luck to pursue. Or something.
Interesting. Fair enough. The rest of you, did you have any plans for the rest of that evening? I might ask. Sorry, actually, no, go on. Nick, beyond filling your companions' sleeping bags with insects and bugs,
Just hers.
your companion, yeah.
That was my main thing. Yeah, I'm Gucci. I didn't see what went on at the Remembrance Grove because I left the group before that. But yeah.
Vander?
Question first. So, Tasea and
answer second.
Methuselah
Go on.
had a conversation, and he told her that his little brother died during the attack.
Mhm.
Through the earring, would Vander have heard or understood that?
Am I supposed to answer?
You are, yeah. I can't.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I would probably say no.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, she wouldn't have been trying to actively send you a message about that or not. I think, in fact, she was trying to keep some of that away from you.
So it's not like mind reading. It's more like I can see what Tasea is feeling, and if she wants to communicate with me telepathically, she can.
Or I think like you can, if you want to, access each other's minds.
Right. Okay.
But like the other person will know
Yeah.
if you do.
Okay. Cool. Okay, so then he wouldn't know, and he wouldn't have had reason to try and access Tasea's mind. The evening before, he probably just sat for a long time in the grove with Echo, and at one point, he would probably quiet most of the time, and then he would just slowly get up and say to Echo, "The song you played this afternoon was beautiful."
Thank you. I wanted to do something special for Tasea. I can see that being here is difficult for her. And I imagine we'll have moments like that in the future, so when it comes time for my moments, I hope that someone does something similar for me. At least. So I fully expect you to sing me a song, if ever I have emotional turmoil or something similar.
Okay, I'll do my best, I guess. Alright, I think I'm gonna get some sleep.
I made you smile. Sleep tight.
You did. I appreciate it. Good night.
Mic on.
And yeah, Vander will head to bed.
As you're drifting off to sleep. Echo, you can't help but feel like there's something else in the bed with you. But you push off that fear to your side. Tasea, is there anything you would have been doing? At least until one. Tasea, is there anything you would have been doing?
I don't think she does anything in particular. Yeah, she just comes back to the tent or pod, just like seeming, I don't know, a mix of just tired and angry.
Fair enough. In that case, morning does indeed arrive, and with it the summons to the starting area. The teams are gathering in their various groups. Those of you on the blue team are quickly assaulted with lilac flowers and sprigs of blueberries. Those of you in the red, similar, with a variety of red and pink flowers and raspberries thrown at you, along with berries and nuts for your respective breakfasts.
Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream.
So,
I do the little lad dance.
fantastic.
Like,
Just disguise self to give yourself a pompadour wig. Those of
Hold
you
me
in-
to assume I don't have one.
Fair enough. Red lilies. What is your plan? I think Rhea, for her part, has obviously been assessing the physical capabilities of those on the team, but there is a clear front runner.
Literally.
The only reservation she clearly has is how trustworthy Cesara is. I'll let you guys decide how you want to play out Cesara, so I'll leave that to you. Verna and Tasea, who are the hyacinths sending?
We can only send one person, right?
Only one. But that does not mean the rest of you cannot be somewhat involved in the race. A fact you know from previous years, Tasea.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I was kind of thinking of sending Vander just because she's a little bit worried about people, poisoning Nick. And she plans on running alongside the whole thing and setting up traps for the way back. So when everybody's on their way back, they'll be trapped and she'll be setting them off at particular times and whatnot. That way she can keep an eye on him. I don't know if he had any other plans or if he would be okay with that.
I think either like in the morning in the pod or before the event starts, Vander would come up to Tasea and a little bit sheepishly and say, "Hey, I've been thinking a little bit last night and today, and it feels wrong for me to be participating in this. I don't think I should.
Well, you don't have to, but I hope you'll at least be somewhere nearby in case something goes wrong, and maybe put on some armor this time or something. Dress it down with a shirt over it or something, but now that we know people are
like Johnny Bravo running down.
Like maybe a
Trying
cardigan on
to-
top or something.
kill you. I don't know, wrap your cloak around, I don't know. Just
And put it on
no getting stabbed while I'm gone.
Any chance of disguising armor? At least not kind
Not well.
Vander
no.
was. Sorry, Vander. How did you respond?
Yeah, of course I'll stay nearby, especially after what happened to Nick. Yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm letting you down a little bit, but I don't know if it makes any sense, but all those new trees. Yeah, that's what happened when I was here before, so it doesn't feel right for me to be just kind of...
You're not letting me down. I wouldn't say you're the fastest person on the planet, so it was mostly
Yeah.
just, I don't know.
Oh,
I
you're
feel
doing it to be for me? Oh, that's nice.
nervous about, well, not being able to see where at least you and Nick are. Sure, since I
Yeah.
don't think Nick's going, you can keep each other company. Hopefully they won't try to stab you at the same time, and even if they do, you'll be able to handle it.
Oh boy. Yeah.
I doubt anyone do anything outright, but don't accept drinks or food or whatever. Just to be safe.
Okay. Are you allowed to participate?
No.
Oh,
We'll just have to send somebody else. Probably Methuselah or whoever wants to
yeah, it's
run
not
the 8
him.
miles.
I'm sure he knows
Make
somebody.
sure.
He seems like he's well connected.
Yeah. Hopefully
other
somebody
nameless
trustworthy
teammates.
who won't throw it. Since I'm going to be doing my best to make things difficult for the other teams.
Aha. Oh, I feel bad for them. Okay.
Well, this would be my favorite one if I could participate. Alas, representatives don't get to be involved, technically.
All right, I'll keep an eye out and try and keep an eye on Nick also.
Maybe you guys can hide a little bit closer to the finish line. If anybody shows up still with their water and everything, just give them a good punch across the face or something. Have all the water let out before they reach the finish line.
Yeah,
Something
Yeah,
of the
but-
sorts.
maybe.
A last resort.
Okay.
I have a feeling
Keep
this
that in
is
mind.
the only other one we could win, so if not, it's not. I'm mostly intending on making things very difficult for whoever the Red Lilies send out. Which, if it's Azira, poor Azira.
Vander laughs at that. All right. Sounds good.
Speaking of who the Red Lilies are sending, once again, Nick is going to try to talk to his companions without Rhea hovering around. Is that possible?
Yes. Yeah. You would have had the morning.
All right. He sort of takes Echo and Sazira aside. He's like, all right, so I'm having a thought here, mostly stemming from yesterday's occurrences. Chloe, are you okay? Did she freeze for anybody else?
Oh, yeah, she's frozen.
Frozen for me, too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Are you with us? Whoop, whoop.
That is a no. Interesting.
Give her a second, I guess, because this does involve her.
Yeah, the two people you're talking to, both not here.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to two Jameses. That's no fun.
No, it isn't.
No offense. Oh, golly. Well, I'm going to outline my plan for those in attendance, I guess. So it's a bit silly and slightly meta off of the fact that Meg is not here. But when Nick sets his feet on fire, he is as fast as Azira. So the plan is to demonstrate that he is that fast, so that Rhea believes him, because, 3-foot tall guy with uneven legs doesn't look very fast. Then have Echo message Tasea, who he assumes is not racing because she's not a participant, to throw a dagger at Nick when he starts running. Once it gets him in the leg, he's going to intentionally shut off his fire feet and just start hobbling the rest of the way.
Okay, we're allowed to cheat, but I don't think we're allowed to cheat that much.
You
I don't think
can't,
I want to stab other
you
contestants.
can't attack other contestants.
Can't?
No.
I can trip you and
Violence is
make
not
you
encouraged.
You could, if she trips you, you could disguise
It's like-
self and make it
It's
look like you have a
changing
fracture.
the direction of the sign so they run right instead of left. It isn't straight up like murder in the streets kind of.
Yeah. I don't think I can stab you. I think they'll throw me out for sure this time if I stab you.
Well,
This league's gotten
dude.
soft, man.
There are other ways. There are he wouldn't have to do much disguising to make his legs look bad because they already look pretty bad. So yeah, I mean a trip would work. This is just the theory. It doesn't work without Chloe to surreptitiously communicate with other teams. But
Meg did message me, and I'll read what she said today. She said, "Literally, my only idea for Sazira as the fastest member of party member of helping the blue group win the water getting contest was get the water, sprint most of the way back, then fucking lip lock with somebody to transfer the water without letting it touch the air.
That's a quote.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about doing that myself.
Incredible. We're doing that. Fuck everything I just said.
I kind of love it.
The image of her like a mama bird, just vomiting bucketfuls of water on some poor little is just the giant lion person. It's too good.
Zach, it was sexy.
Maybe we have to make Methuselah be the one who goes.
It's just yucky.
Oh boy.
Golly gee. Well, yeah, scratch my entire plan. That's way better.
Hey, and then we can have 2 people. So if we're worried about our team making it back last or Zira making it back last, or not first, then there's always that second person who can maybe save the day. But yeah, literally my plan is I'm going to use good old-fashioned mold earth to do some tripping while I'm out there, and then potentially trying to use mage hand to like smack unsuspecting people in the face. Because I feel like if you're not expecting something, like you're not like not trying to spit the water out. So it just would like spew. And then also, tie a couple ropes to arrows and then like shooting it across like the path and tightening it when certain people come by.
How are you doing, Chloe? You back?
Yeah, do I sound okay?
Yes. Yeah. In that case, Vanda, as you move off and you see the contestants readying themselves, assuming you send Methuselah, who moves up, as Warrior begins moving to the small trio of you who are having your separate discussions. Vanda, as you watch from a distance once more, would you like to flash back to your memory of the festival?
Yeah, totally. I forgot about that. Yeah. All right, I'm going to read it in Vander's voice again. I was finally allowed to stay up for the whole Festival of Ascension when I was 15. I'd been begging my foster father, Emmerich, for the past few years, and finally, he said yes. In my village of Ecthera, it was an all-night celebration, from dusk until dawn. I was thrilled as we made our way over to the village center as the sun began to set. Like every year, it was an amazing festival. Everyone came together to eat amazing spreads of food, drink delicious spiced wine, to talk and laugh and dance. The music wasn't quite the same without my mother's voice, but it was still enjoyable. The closer we got to midnight, the more excited I got. Every year there were contests of skill and strength, and I was finally able to join this year. I've been training and practicing skills, skills unarmed and with the sword for weeks, thinking about that moment. By then, everyone had known for several years that Pythor was my father. I had to do well. And, a complete coincidence, I promise you, Rhea was there. She was sitting with the group of most of the kids my age. The whole night, I'd been stealing glances at her. She was a few years older than me, and had the prettiest smile. I thought if I won one of those games, maybe I could impress her. Or at least, I hoped it would make me brave enough to talk to her. But I didn't have to wait for that chance. She left the group and walked right up to me. She asked if I was going to join in on any of the games. I tried to sound nonchalant as I told her I would try a few. Her response caught me off guard. I was talking to the others and we were thinking maybe it would be better if you didn't. If I didn't? Just 'cause, it wouldn't be fair. I blinked at her. With your dad and all. Oh, yeah, I understand. I can just watch. Thanks, she said, and gave me that big smile. I did my best to smile back. I watched her return to the others. They laughed and teased each other, and I remembered I wasn't one of them. But it didn't take long for me to forget. After the games, it was Emmerich's part. Everyone gathered around to hear him tell the story of the First War and of Mitros' ascension.
Only Kyra herself could be a better storyteller. He had everyone enraptured. I felt my heart rise as he spoke of the deeds of the gods and dragons, of brave centurions defending their shining city, of Mitros sacrificing herself to save her people from the wrath of the Titans. Then came the sacrifices and offerings to Mitros, and not long after, the dawn itself. All of Ecthera watched the rising golden light in silence and gratitude. But I didn't go to sleep when everyone returned exhausted to their homes. I ran, up and down the hills carrying logs, lifting boulders and barrels. I lifted boulders and barrels and took up again the wooden sword and shield and began to practice. The next day, I told Emmerich. In a few months, after I turned 16, I was going to become one of the proud centurions. I was going to become a part of the stories. I was going to Mitros.
Mic on.
As the memory fades and the young Vander look to his future, I cannot help but remember that figure of Rhea, thankful as she was on the day, but almost like smoke, something sips through the image as a tawny-skinned satyr with an almost dangerously sultry smile moves towards you. As Rhea moves past the trio, the three of you, towards Vander in the background. She moves up and draws close. Looking back at those contestants who are already beginning to line up, she asks, "You're not competing, are you?"
No. I wasn't planning to.
Well, you should be. In fact, I'd like you to.
Why?
She smiles and she leans in, and perhaps to those who are stealing glances from beyond, it seems flirtatious. But she speaks with a poisonous voice. I remembered those green eyes, violent fury staring out from the helmet. I know who you are, soldier of Mitros. If you don't compete and lose, everyone else will too.
I'll go talk to my team.
She smiles at that. Good. Your friend Tasea will be thankful. And she moves off. It would be unfair if you didn't compete anyway. She moves back
Did
from
we
the three of
see
you.
this?
Perhaps.
Did we see her approach him at all?
Maybe. I don't know. I think everyone can roll me a perception check.
Oh. Hell yeah. How good I am at these. Ooh. Oh. Could have had it all.
No. No one saw this. The rest of the three of you saw Rhea just move off out into the crowd elsewhere, and Tasea, you were busy as Methuselah was going, I'll compete. I've already competed like 3 times with me in the past. I came second one year. It's not bad. I might not do so well considering I put in another 15 pounds of vino, but most of that's muscle. Most of it. I'm a healthy satyr. Nonetheless, Rhea moves to the trio of you, Cesaro, Echo, Nick, and says, I'm assuming Cesaro will be competing for us. She's the obvious choice.
Oh, I take umbrage with that. Chloe, to update you, we talked about plans
Mic
when you
off.
got lightninged out of here briefly, but I had one to go fast and then intentionally have someone hobble me and then just sort of limp the rest of the way to lose. But apparently Meg sent Zach just a humdinger of a plan that we're definitely doing, where she's going to run, do the water, put it in her mouth, and then when she gets near to the finish line, lip lock with somebody and give them her water.
Alright, I'm for it.
Do that.
I'm all for it.
James, I know we're technically outside, like, regular, like, combat days, but are we calling, like, these nights still short rests between days?
Mic on.
Yeah, for now, and then at the end of the festival, it will all have counted for a long rest.
Okay, cool. I accidentally clicked the long rest icon on my sheet earlier, so ignore that. But in that case, Nick's going to post up near the finish line and prepare to cast fear on anybody running towards it.
All right. Okay.
I also have preparations. I'm gonna go off somewhere on my own if I can and use my last little conjure animals. And I am going to conjure how many? Let's see, hold on. What's the CR of a squirrel?
CR 0.
Okay.
Unless he's a crazy druid.
CR 1/8, maybe?
Be right? It's like I think
Okay.
it's the same stat block as a rat.
Yeah.
Swarm
Yeah,
of rabbit
I'm gonna
squirrels,
conjure
please.
8 squirrels. And I just want 4 of them to just harass Yellow Team's runner the whole time, just throw nuts, just be aggressive as hell. And then the others I want to actually, yeah, all 8 on yellow.
All right. Okay. In that case, Vanda, are you doing anything? Oh, actually, no,
Yeah.
let's head back to the trio. So Rhea asks, and then Nick takes umbrage, assuming you discussed this previous plan. She
Wait, no, looks can be deceiving, all right.
have I been
But you know,
deceived?
yes, you would be running.
She says, I was just like, of course, look at me, and then she like pumps up. I don't know. I imagine that might be something to do. Sorry, Meg, in advance for everything
I'm like
that's about to
flicking olive on her muscles, just.
happen. You're gonna
No.
ruin her fur.
Sazira has they have like a flower crown, but it couldn't fit around her head, so they just put it around her arm, and as she flexes, it just pops. She's like,
But yeah, she's moving on
this
over
shit out.
the start line, and you can see various groups of the different teams are already moving out through the forest. The 3 spirits of spring stand in a line, along with Kana, who's strumming along, and then waves happily at the rest of you as you come across in the morning. You can see several children are running about the various spring spirits, and Kyra. The yellow team, the Daffodils, their runner seems to be a sleek wood elf who stands quite short, like 5'8". Not terribly short, but compared to at least Methuselah and Cesara, he's incredibly dwarfed. Vander, are you doing anything?
Yeah, after Rhea talks to
Mic
Vander,
off.
he hurries over to Tasea and like pulls her aside.
What's
Okay,
up?
so Rhea knows who I am. And she said if I don't run, things could get bad. She wants me to lose.
She wants us to lose, and she also. Well, I guess I don't know her plans, but she's always like this. She threatened you specifically? What'll happen?
No, but I mean, someone already tried to hurt Nick.
Really up to you.
It's
mean,
just a game. right?
following whoever anyway, and
I'll lose a game. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want. I want you to
wait.
be able to come back to your village. if
Do
you
we
want.
know about the Cesira plan, or was that just the
I don't
trio?
think so.
Okay.
Oh golly,
I just
that
wanted
was
to
part
double
of.
check that.
Chloe was not here for this. Part of my plan before I heard Meg's was to have Echo like message Tasea and tell her what's what. Could we still have her do that if she wants to? If she's down?
Absolutely, she would have.
Sweet. Well, actually, it
God.
might make things a little less awkward if you compete. So long as you try, I don't want you to throw the competition. Then she'll kind of like pull him close and be like, and also if you don't mind locking lips with Cesira.
Oh, was that the plan?
Vander's getting
Cesira's-
kisses in. Ooh.
Cesira's locking lips with another competitor?
Yeah, she's gonna like give the whoever the blue team, she's gonna give them her water if she makes it back like first. She's gonna.
So
If we understood that correctly, Zach, is that?
Let me make sure I'm understanding it correct. I think so.
take my backwash water and be hydrated.
Yes. Yeah,
Because
transfer
it's
the
supposed
water
just, like,
without
to
letting
keep
it
it-
touch the air.
Yeah, but to who?
From him
Yeah.
to our team,
Oh, to
whoever's
the
running.
blue
for-
team.
Okay, the blue.
Not the
Yeah,
yellow
I'm
team,
assuming,
surely.
like, not right in the open.
Yeah, probably a
Okay.
little bit before the finish line.
Yeah.
A moment of passion.
Vander just gets
Sure.
yanked behind a tree and snogged for all he's worth.
As Tassia
Not-
does her
not-
best to just destroy the yellow team.
Not the first, like, inter-party kiss I was expecting, but you never know.
Right?
Let's change the counter on the days since we objectified Vander board to 0.
It's the next day.
Really, it's up
Yeah.
to you. It's you or Methuselah. And
It's. I think we could just let him win. It's. If it could get bad if people find out. I'm afraid what they might do to us, or they might kick you out of the village and tell you never to come back. I mean, I know.
basically, I already did that once. It's not that big of a deal to me. You remember, it's not a hard choice for me between you guys and Athia. They're practically nothing to me here.
Argus feels a sudden pain in his chest across the camp. Sorry, Arcus. Argus is dead.
I'll
Wait,
run.
hold on. Oh my gosh.
You did it
This
again,
used to
Jack.
be- I
No.
will say I mess up with the name because I, at the time, we weren't with the Sons of Pythor, but it's actually Agris, so it's like,
Oh, it's Agris.
yeah,
That's
we had been sort of saying it wrong.
It's all the same numbers. You just switched 2 of them.
Yeah, there's a Y in there.
It's like
instead of a
Steve
U.
Stevens, you know.
Agris. Okay.
I just used a satyr name generator, okay? And I was like, that one sounds kind of nice. Probably because
Oh my
I'd heard of
God.
Argus and was like, oh, that's pretty good.
Right.
Fine.
So, if Methuselah is happy for you to take his place if you end up moving up to him.
Yeah.
It's like, please
Yeah,
be my guest.
Vander will.
I'm always much more happy watching others have to go through interminable hell of running. I prefer to exercise in more natural matters. And he like wanders off to the crowd. So the 3 contestants line up, each spruced in the various colours of their teams. As they do so, the crowd gathers and begins to cheer. The first of the nymphs, Reyes, the naiad, moves up, water in her hands. She says, "When the water drops the ground, the runners may begin. 4 miles to the Rainbow Falls and back. Remember, the color fades should the water touch the air. And as the crowd reaches...
Before people started gathering, Tasea would have tried to slip off to, like, the side so she can sort of follow along the path.
Yes,
without being noticed.
And you probably notice a great deal many others are doing something similar. But as the crowd reaches its cheers and crescendos, the water drops from the hands of the Naiad. And immediately, Cesara and the sleek elf go running. The three of you, sprinting to the various woods. You can see there are multiple trials, each pacing off. The elf himself immediately starts running upwards amongst the various fallen logs and tree limbs. And you can see it's not long before he's bounding like a creature of the trees through the long branches up in the canopy beyond. Cesara, you see, is sprinting at pace. I need both of you to make athletics checks.
I'm gonna grab Nick and we're running alongside it, whether he likes it or not.
I can run my damn self! You do not have the right to manhandle me!
That was acrobatics, sorry.
Oh my
Only
God.
Cesare gets to do that.
Private? Or are you supposed to?
Oh, are those private? Oops.
I forget.
You can change it to not private too if it was a good roll.
Cesara has a point of exhaustion. I forgot about that.
Oh no. 17.
17, yeah. You quickly begin pulling ahead of both Cesara and the elf. But as you're rushing through the trees, you realize that the path is not clear. You are heading towards the sound of the falls, but they echo amongst the trees and forest. I need you to make a survival check.
Can I inspire him from this distance?
It's Vanda. What? Sorry.
Yes.
Make an athletics check.
Oh my god. You guys did not communicate back that he's throwing the competition, did you? Nice.
Well, Tasea said try to win. He's the one who keeps saying he's gonna throw it. She's like, no, try to win.
Yeah, so you just barely managed to keep up. Then you just hear a voice, I guess, saying something in the back of your mind. As you see several other satyrs, fauns, and wood elves bounding amongst the trees and forest, amongst you who've already gone ahead for the race. Shouting different directions and pointing, trying to confuse which way you must go. So you have a
Survival check.
Survival check.
See that negative wisdom in action.
I'll use the inspiration on that. Let's do it.
Can I help direct him using our mind link?
No, correcting using your mind link.
Like, can
Give me
I?
a performance check.
Because I'm running alongside them.
I assumed you went up ahead, so you didn't have to.
Oh yeah, so she's up
sprint at
ahead.
speed. Yeah.
That's true.
Um,
And she
yeah,
direct
give me a
him, like,
performance
give him
check.
landmarks.
That's
Performance. Oh boy. Good.
Yeah, you get random directions in your head as Tasea. You think you know where he is. You're like, where are you? And Vanda's like, big tree.
So there's a vine hanging down from it.
There's a tree with yellow leaves, and you keep him random directions. And I think, like, at this point, the camera zooms out, and Cesara has veered off course to the north, Vanda to the south, and you just see the wood elf bounding directly towards the falls, chased by a little pack of squirrels behind him.
Peak D&D.
But I need you both to give me another athletics roll as you continue sprinting at pace these 4 miles.
Can I inspire this from a distance?
No, he's fallen way beyond. You've kind of, at this point, You just kind of wait for them to be coming back on the opposite direction.
I'm gonna yank my hand back from Echo and just be like, well, now back to the thing I had planned, which requires I be all the way back there! And I just angrily walk towards the finish line.
She's like sinking in mud, just like miserable.
Tasea, roll me an Arcana check.
Kana.
Ruh-roh.
Why am I rolling like trash?
Sweetie.
You have de-inspiration, or no? But
You all
No,
do.
I don't think.
Everyone
Really?
does. Well, everyone who competed in the... Oh, actually, no, Tasea doesn't. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't compete.
She get
I
half
can't
the DM
compete.
inspiration.
You can get half a DM inspiration. You can get half a
It's
reroll.
inspiration at disadvantage.
Yeah.
half a reroll. Probably better than 5.
You roll a d10 and hope for the best.
Yep. What the hell was I going to say? Right, Vander. For the most part, you just power through at this point. You give up on trying to cut a trail through the woods and start just like hauling through heavy bushes and shrubs, making and forging your own trail in the direction of where you can see like the mist at this point rising up from the falls a mile or so away. Tasea, for her part, is somewhat lost, but she listens to the voices and sort of runs in the direction of the falls. Tasea, you see Tasea run past. Not sure who it is. You like send out a Moldeath beneath her feet. It like opens up, but she manages to leap right over it unawares. But you can definitely see that she's like trying to dodge a variety of traps that have all been set up at ground level. Vander, you do the same as for a moment, like something whips around like a vine into your chest, starts like yanking it a different direction, but quickly snaps as you just like rip it with a demigod-like strength. You rush into an open clearing as you see this multicolored rainbow-like falls dropping from these almost like from the sky itself, mist scintillating up like sparkles in the air, and a variety of fairy-like fae just wandering around. You can see at this point the wood elf, mouthful of water, winks at you as he rushes up. He like grabs onto a tree, lifts himself up and bounds as you see the water dropping down. You manage to like run up and look behind, and you see like Tasea tumbling out of the woods, like bedraggled, covered in a variety of just sticks, leaves, twigs. Red paint somewhat faded as she looks up at you with a snarl and then like a smile. She realizes it's you. What would you like to do?
Okay, good. He's in front of me. Take a mouthful of the water.
All right, standing beneath the water, you open up your mouth and let like this multicolored hue taste the rainbow. Skills fall into your mouth.
I was trying so hard not to say it, James.
No, that's an absolutely
excellent
appropriate time to say it. Please do.
Yep.
As rainbow-like water falls into your mouth, and like as it puffs up, Tasea can see like multicolored light emanating from your cheeks as you do. As you look around, you see once more teams of different colors just pointing in random directions for you to run. But I assume you start running back towards the finish line?
Yeah.
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 Tasea is not long behind you. At this point, yes, you absolutely notice the elf in the trees at this point.
I'm gonna start making that route more difficult with the ropes and arrows across and whatnot.
Alright, roll me a survival check.
Good. Okay.
Let's go, Wisdom Gang.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
I was almost like 3. I was like, no.
Then, as a result, you can roll with advantage, and so does Tasea to catch up.
Vander's been trying to like not make it look like he's throwing so far. As he's starting to go back, he's not trying to come at first.
Oh, Jesus. Doesn't she have advantage too? Oh, no, she is. Hate to rules lawyer my own teammate, but she is exhausted.
I know, I said that. I've been rolling with
How did she?
disadvantage. this
Because
week.
she was an advantage on the disadvantage, right? I'm sorry. Math is hard, guys. Sorry. Ignore me.
Yeah. I mean, you see Cesaro begin to sprint past you, Vander, as you see this wood elf like hanging from the trees, mouth full of water, like throwing off these squirrels that are harassing him as he's trying to like climb himself back up. As the two of you just sprint beneath his feet onwards, Cesaro like you can see definitely gaining ground on you as she's like slowly disappearing into the distance. But at this point, both of you begin to hear strange trills and music charming you from either side. Please make me a wisdom saving throw.
The hell is the yellow team on?
They're a bunch of satyrs. They're all minstrels. Charm.
Close is Cesaro standing to Vander when this happened?
Not close enough to engage.
Where am I close enough?
Don't forget to add your-
I guess.
Paladin save.
I think it's on there.
It should be automatic on your own sheet.
Yeah, it is. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for the reminder, though. I need those.
Is Echo a
14.
level 6 bard? You have counter charm? Is that a thing you have right now?
I do, I think.
I'm not entirely sure how it works because I never used it once, but it is a thing that exists.
Yeah, during that time, any friendly creatures within 30 feet of you have advantage when saving throws against being typed and
At least Vander saves.
Vander, you're running past, and you see Cesaro just like turn for a moment, mouth full of water, and just smile, like still with the water bearing almost like teeth, and just start walking in a random direction. She just like straight up stops, looks, and then just like
Vander's like,
pranced into the woods as you like rush past him.
Goth lover in the distance.
Oh, we've seen this one before. Vander's like, he's gonna try and... He's gonna keep running.
You're right. Make me one last athletics check. What are the rest of you doing?
Are they nearing the finish line? Because this is where I'm waiting to ruin everyone's life.
This is the last leg of
Right.
the run.
As I see Vander cresting the hill, I've got this. I'm ready to cast the spell, but the first thing I do is I sort of turn towards it, and as I start making motions like I'm about to cast a spell, I knock a bag off my belt and go, "Oh heavens to Betsy me marbles!" And my ball bearings spill all over the pad.
I'm trying... Okay, I keep rolling so well. Yeah, Vander at this point is actively not trying to win. He's trying to make it look like he's not trying to make it look like he's throwing it. He's trying to make it look close. Like at the end of The Incredibles, do you remember when Dash is there like, run faster, no, make it close, like that, basically.
Can Tasea tell she's trying to stick on him to like protect him from anything?
Yeah, roll me an insight check, absolutely. Vander, you...
We don't know that Vander's throwing it, so I probably wouldn't
No.
have done that. Because you're right. I'm
I
sorry.
was also waiting to give him inspiration.
Tasea does know
Nope,
that
I'm
Vander's...
just cheering him on. I'm like,
I think
You can
Tasea
do
does know
better.
that Vander's trying to lose. I think he... Oh,
It
yeah.
seems Tasea knows, but she doesn't care.
As,
She wants to win.
Go ahead.
no, it's you.
just not Rhea, just not Rhea is what she's chanting in your head.
As soon as I see Vander, he sees an image of Echo running beside him, and she's like, "You got this." Meanwhile, she's stuck in mud, trying to get out of it up in like real life.
There's like,
Where are you, Team Guy and Cesira, in relation to Vander right now?
You see Vander, like, at about 500 yards from the finish, you see Vander, like, come out of the clearing, like, puffing. Like, you've just ran 3.5 miles with a mouthful of water. Like, you are, burning in your lungs. Even Cesira, for her part, as, like, endurable as she is like, slacking it through the forest. The wood elf, for his part, has like thrown off multiple of these squirrels, but the rest of you just see Vander come out of the clearing first, to the cheers of the crowd as he's like slowly just plodding towards the finish line. You can see like a the wood elf like dragging two squirrels behind on one of his feet as he appears maybe 30 yards behind Vander, and Cesaris like
30 yards, damn it!
tumbles out of the forest, maybe like 100 yards afterwards, as they're closing out on the finish line. This is between Vander and the yellow elf. Cesara, it seems like, puffing. But you have to remember, just as much counts on the quality of the water and how much of the water you've brought back as the finish.
Is there a point where where Vander and the elf are within 30 feet of each other? I still haven't done my thing yet. Sorry, the marbles was a bad goof.
Oh, who then the what? Sorry, say that again.
Is there a point where Vander and the elf are both within what would be considered a 30-foot cone?
Sure. Yeah. Yep.
Hell yeah. Nick is standing by the finish line, disguised as like a little satyr child. And as they start nearing the finish line, he turns around and fully rips his whole face off and just screams and just and casts fear on both of them.
All right.
Retta doesn't know that Vander rules at wisdom saves, but Nick does. My man.
I like how he's trying to do bad and he's just doing great.
This is on brand. I like it.
18s and 19s all day.
This does look for the world like I'm trying to make Zero win, because she's the only one not in the area.
Yeah?
At this point, yeah, you just see the yellow-teamed elf just like look petrified and just like scream at the top of his lungs, rainbow-like water spritzing out of his mouth near the finish line as he like runs, like tumbles back for a moment. All the squirrels at his feet just like disappear, like scurry away like rodents into the forest itself. As Vander, you were alone at the finish line, maybe 30 yards away. You can see Rhea waiting in the crowd amongst like
with Tasea cheering in your ear.
Vander's gonna
one last win.
pretend to be scared too. He's gonna go and like run sort of in a sideways direction a little bit. Run like a
James,
little bit off course.
When people succeed or fail on my spell save.
Yes. Yeah. The rest of you see Vander like veer off, giving just enough time for like Cesara to be catching up on his tail as she's like plodding forward. But she looks over to you, Nick, and you, Echo, and is just like looking at Vander and then like pointing to her mouth and then pointing to Vander.
Yeah. Echo is just like soccer mom adrenaline, like grab him.
I think Cesara grabs Vander and just like dips him.
Dips him. Yes. And puts more water in his mouth.
His mouth is completely full.
It just like dribbles.
Water sprays out both the sides, creating like this beautiful anime sparkle effect around them.
A little anime sparkle effect appears as a very confused crowd pauses in silence for a moment as they watch, and then breaks out into a massive cheer as like they're clapping. At this point, no one has crossed the finish line. You can see like the elf has like dribbled some of the water back into his mouth and is like desperately sprinting past the rest of you to the finish line. And what do you do?
Okay, the marbles in his way. Just toss a few ball bearings underneath him.
He is completely panicking.
If Vander decides to run for the finish line, he's going to beat the elf. Like the elf is sprinting from like 50 yards away, 70 yards away.
He can't move
He's
towards
in
me.
full panic. He has no idea what to do. The fear spell might not have worked, but he's going to run toward the finish line and then like try to like trip, make it look like he tripped over a root or something like that.
Do you actually trip, or do you just make it like Like, are you actually going to fall?
Tasea is at this point literally trying to clear his path on the ground using mold earth.
Can you use mold earth to like earthbend the ground he's standing
You
on?
can do like 2 squares at a time, and she's just like trying to clear a path.
Yeah, he's actually gonna trip.
Yep. The rest of you see, like, 2 yards from the finish line, Vander just fall over. Do you keep the water in your mouth?
Yeah. Maybe like a little bit. Like, spews it out.
Spurts out as he lands. The other 2, Cesara still with, I guess, a little bit, just like dripping down her cheeks and still somewhat in her lower jaw, just like walks past you, Vander, trying to as nonchalantly as possible. The Wood Elf, for his part, sees the ball bearings. Probably just makes a saving throw. Yeah, it leaps over them.
Okay, all right.
Coming in second to Cesara.
But Vander probably has the most water.
Yeah, Cesara has like none, right?
She's got dribbles, but yeah, she did snog most of her water into Vander.
As soon as the other 2 are like clearly gonna win, Vander will pull himself up and just like sprint as fast as he can toward the finish line.
And meanwhile, Tasea's like, what the hell? It's just not supposed to be red!
Wait, super fast competition. There's at least like 1 or 2 more. Or more than that.
Yeah, I think there's 2.
You move past to the finish line to a very confused looking trio of nymphs as Reyes
It's the
steps
most
forward.
absurd display.
As Reyes moves forward, her hands splayed out, webbed fingers, like scintillating with magic. You can see that the Wood Elf goes first, and he spits out a surprising amount of water, considering you all thought you saw him spit out a small sort of orb, maybe about half a cup worth, comes out into his hands. Cesara just like leans down and lets something dribble. So there's like maybe a tablespoon of this scintillating water. It seems to remain multicolored and hued, so long as the magic of the nymph holds it. And she looks towards you, Vander.
It just spews it like a fountain, like.
Yeah, so like spews out. It almost strikes the Naiad before she like quickly whips back, the water curving in the air like a waterbender into her right palm, and you can see the 3 orbs all sort of fizzing with color. You can see the other 3 nymphs move over. Kyra, for her part, just sticks up 2 thumbs. And you can see like she's got like a giant sheath of paper, and she's like, I've got it all down. Every moment has been captured in intricate detail.
Nick's done a lewd drawing of Cesara and Vander making out.
As the three nymphs look over. They discuss amongst themselves, and then Naya looks up. Spirit of spring, the water spirit of spring, Reyes pronounces, the River Run champion. Is Chandros of the Daffodils. The yellow team has won.
Quick point of order. You mentioned that he spat out more water than we felt like he should have been able to, right? Like a
That's
surprising amount.
Yep.
What color was it?
Who's Ramdo?
Really?
Yeah, you can give me an insight check.
I will at disadvantage with my +1.
Can
Really?
I, out of curiosity as well? I mean, she doesn't really care if they win, but
Yes, yeah. All of you may.
That's gonna be a 6.
wow. So insightful.
6.
Save us, Echo.
I don't know if Vander's
paying attention to anything except for like he seems like super relieved that the
Super
yellow team won. He's breathing heavy. He probably took his shirt off. He's like soaked in sweat.
Yeah, none of you.
Does that?
It doesn't make any sense.
Never mind.
Yeah, you swear you saw him spit out all of his water, like when you feared him, more or less.
And like this was right by this finish line. A lot of people would have seen that.
Yeah.
What color is Wood Elf's spit?
The same color as everyone else's.
Fantasy world, dog. I don't know. Vander probably bleeds gold.
Nick has acid spit.
Yeah.
That's true.
Blood.
Yeah, just blood. Still, with the cheering and like the puffing, the Wood Elf like raises a fist and he's like lifted up on the shoulders of the Hufflepuffs, and they like cheer up and head off in another direction.
That man is going to get murdered by Voldemort by the end of this arc.
There's a brief break, but midday brings the next contest. The Sculptor's Promise. A competition where you must make, out of clay, wood, stone, or perhaps other materials, an image of any beautiful creature that you choose. What are you all doing?
Is this like the bouquets where we get to make one, or everybody makes their own?
You make one as a team.
All right.
Vander will just say, as probably before they leave, as he's just like heaving, he probably had his hair like tied back for the race, and just say, "Tasea, maybe we should have communicated better. I guess."
Yeah, I know fake fright when I see it. What the fuck was that?
Things got a little
Mic
complicated.
Mic on.
I think, and Vander, if you look in the direction of Rhea, she just gives
Yeah,
you
nervously.
a like almost a sultry smile, and then moves off in the direction of her team.
Actually, on her way towards the other group, Tasea is going to like reach out from the shadows and like pull her off to the side.
And make out.
And she like gets really, really close and whispers in her ear, "Talk to Vander like that again, and I'll make sure that you regret it." And then walk away back towards where Vander and Sazira and everybody is.
I'm holding out hope. This is the kissing session.
She doesn't say anything. Like the moment you let her go, she like brushes herself off. Rise up. You can see there was a momentary fear as she like realized who was grabbing her off into the side that was overcome once she regains her composure. But she just like smiles with that like Stepford smile. Lets you move off.
And can I have a chunk of her hair in my hand now?
On the same ledge.
Okay, sweet.
No one will be seated
24.
while Tasea makes a voodoo doll.
Wig
Oh,
snap.
she just like took like an awkward chunk from
Yanked
like
that
the
wig
middle of the
out.
back and just like cut it while she was like
You
whispering in
snatched
her
the
ear.
whole wig, just thing.
Yeah, you managed to get a small clump of
And it's like
hair.
really noticeable, just like missing in the back, just like a little like stripe of like missing in the back.
Yeah.
Savagery.
Vander, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
It got to the water now?
Oh, there it is.
You have inspiration.
You have inspiration.
Oh, DM inspiration?
No,
No, Echo.
Echo inspired you twice and you only used one of them.
That's gone. Well, no, whatever. You can roll it.
Inspiration lasts like 10 minutes, I think, right? Or it lasts a while.
You can roll it.
12.
12. Venda, you feel queasy for a moment, as you now have the poisoned condition.
Does this happen like right after the race?
Yeah, more or less. Soon after the race.
I walk
You
like
take
a few steps in front.
Grimace.
Sorry, you go ahead.
As you feel something thrum in your stomach as you just feel off.
Oh. I don't feel very good.
Mic off.
Tassie's immediately worried. Maybe try to throw up? I don't know. People are poisoning things. Echo, what do you do if someone's poisoned?
Oh! I scratch up Vander's chest like a little spider monkey, shove my arm in his throat, and grab his uvula and like yank it like a bell cord. Does that help?
Do I vomit? Do you?
Mic on.
Do you vomit?
Oh god.
No.
Did you?
But you can roll me a medicine check, Nick.
Oh, okay. It's something. I mean,
12. You don't think it's poison, as you're like looking. You think you notice that he has a warmer temperature than you expect. You think it's sickness, or
Vander is a person. He is immune to sickness.
something else. Oh, he's immune to disease.
It's a disease, yeah, but not poison.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, would we be aware that Vander can't get like sick?
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
I mean, with the dogs,
I think-
we watched him brush. But
True.
But poison and disease are different, though, so this could be something
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it probably is, but we would at least hopefully be able to deduce that it's not that.
Oh, I
just
see what
give
you're
me a-
saying.
You can re-roll the Constitution save. I think that's what the medicine check will get you.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's obviously not a disease. And Nick, you don't think it's a poison.
I yanked on his uvula for nothing.
Nonetheless, yeah, you...
Great effect.
With that, you just like
Oh,
push it
kill
down.
it.
Your queasiness is at least for the moment assuaged. As whatever had overcome you passes. Nonetheless,
Oh.
it is the competition of the sculptor's promise.
I think you just pulled it out of me,
Mic
Nick.
off.
You know when someone's like having the hiccups and you scare them? I think that's what you did.
Oh, so now I can scare you. Perfect.
But before the other competition, Vander will say, I should probably sit out. I think I'm gonna make things worse if I'm here. So I'll just go back to the pod and yeah.
Vander, everyone here has made mistakes, Tasea included, and clearly, no one here is perfect.
I take exception to that. I've never made a mistake in my life.
Yes, everyone here except Nick has made a mistake.
Thank you very much.
You'll always be safe if we're with you.
yeah, Tassia is like, well, if you go, I'll go and too. I'm not exactly fond of hanging around here.
Look, we all do this together, and that bitch Rhea has it coming. I want Tassia to get her wish. And
Tassia holds like the fistful of hair and is like, yeah, I've had some good moments today.
Oh, wow.
You're gonna make
Alright,
that
okay.
into like a little hay facsimile of her, and then stab it a bunch of time with a few pins.
Sounds like a lot of effort.
I'm afraid I'm putting everyone in danger.
No more danger than we've ever dealt with before. We can handle a few
There's-
angry satyrs.
Why on
Yeah,
earth
I'm
would
not
you
too
be
worried
putting
about
us in danger? We're all safer. We're literally safer when we're within 10 feet of you. So how could you possibly be putting us in danger?
How public is this right now?
Mic on.
It's like on the edge of a crowded football field kind of thing. Like the
guess
equivalent. Oh wait, football's
Vander-
different over there. Not stadium, like a soccer field.
It's like,
Like you can imagine, like, you know, weekend
mhm.
sending their kids to soccer practice. There's a bunch of parents all in random place.
Sure,
Oranges being
yeah.
handed out.
Oh yeah,
We
what
have fruit
slices?
snacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have heaps of fruit snacks. Fruit snacks all over the place. Fruit snacks for days.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Vander, go on.
You took me back there, man. Orange slices, and for some reason they gave us Capri Suns. Like that's terrible. They
Mhm.
give kids the middle of soccer. That's
You like some sugar with your sugar?
Yeah, seriously. Vander will step a little closer, and so no one else can hear and say,
There was a few years ago when I was a soldier. There was an incident here, and there were bandits, and they took some of the people hostage. And the orders we had were to go in anyway. And people got hurt. So, sorry, Nick. I think wearing that armor kind of put a target on your back.
Looks down at the symbol. He's like, well, it's more really on me front, but I get the gist.
And Rhea, before the race, threatened to reveal that fact if I didn't throw the race. So, yeah. Hence all the stuff.
To hell's with Rhea. What is she going to do? The epitome of her this competition. She can't do
She's
it.
gonna
Spread
tell everyone
does
that was the
best.
threat.
Spread stories. Nasty ones.
Well, I could work my way and counteract that. Yes, it happens. But you've also done a lot to save the world. And satyr alike. At the vineyard, most of those slaves were satyrs. We saved the satyrs in the grove multiple times. You're a changed person.
Yeah, but this happened to them personally, and that stuff didn't. And in my experience, people tend to give way more of a hoot about things that they personally experienced.
Plus, she's pacified for now, so it's not that big of a deal.
I might have a plan for the next one to give her a bit of a rough time if my instincts were right about the last time, or the event a few events ago. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't have much of an idea for our group. This isn't exactly my forte.
So just out of character, the score is yellow team 2, red 1, blue 1. Is that right?
That's correct, yep.
And there's 2 more events, including the sculpting.
There's 2 more events, including the sculpting,
'cause
and then
it's-
the final event worth double points.
Yeah, which is
And
the
if it's a tie,
pageant.
whoever won the final pageant wins.
So it's the golden snitch. It's the bullshit one. Cool.
Pretty much.
Great. If you don't mind a little bit of advice, judges are nymphs, right? So you're supposed to sculpt something beautiful. What if you make a sort of like triptych sort of thing of the 3 of them? They have to be portrayed equally, mind you. But if you portray the 3 of them as your sort of beautiful thing, that might win you points. For our part, I
Only
think
problem
I'm
with
going to try
that
and get
is
us.
the making them, first of all, good, and second of all, I think we have to choose one creature, which means we'd win favor with one of them.
Perhaps you could
Did it
do.
say one creature? I thought it was just a thing. Did it even say creature at all? It was just something
James
beautiful.
did, but I didn't read the thing.
Is that sheet
My golf.
available?
Oh
to
wait, no,
us?
yeah,
Did we
there's
see that
2
anywhere?
more.
Where are you finding this? Because I can't look
Image
the
of a
thing up
beautiful
since...
creature.
Is this? Do we
Oh.
have access to this handout? There it
We do if James posts it, but if I minimize it, it goes away forever. Cool. Sculptor's promise: most impressive and beautiful. Must be an image of a beautiful creature.
What if you did like all one nymph, but it had like 3 faces, and each portion of that body represented the different elements? So,
Oh, like the living
You're putting a lot
tribunal.
of faith in my artistic ability and our group's artistic ability, and you have to
can literally
remember about
with your
half the
mind.
people of my team are bought off by Rhea, and I wouldn't say any of us are spectacular sculptors.
I hit things with an axe.
well, perhaps someone on your team has some experience, and if you really lead them, then you can work together somehow.
Vander's a good leader. Vander, if you lead them, maybe they'll listen.
Maybe.
Since you did throw this last one, she kind of glares at him. I'm not too mad because Yellow still won, but remember our goal here. At least not Rhea winning.
I'll try. I can.
Yellow
can
wicked
try.
cheated, by the way. I'm just not sure how.
I'm glad they did,
Mic on.
or else you guys might have won.
I'm not. I do the cheating. Chomping my flavor. For the red team specifically, Nick will explain. Alright, so a couple events ago, I don't remember exactly whether it was the bouquet or the satirical cup. Sort of pauses and looks at Echo for a second. But the prize for the winner was to choose a nymph to kiss, and if I recall correctly, Methuselah chose not to kiss any of them, which is probably the right move. I'm thinking for this one, if we choose a beautiful creature to sculpt, we should make it Rhea.
I agree. Maria is rather gorgeous.
More beautiful than the gods, even. More beautiful than Valis herself, I dare say.
And we have met Valis.
But I will ask that you keep the missing chunk of her hair in. That would please me greatly.
I think we should put it on and make sure it falls off right before presentation.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Mic on.
To clarify, are the 3 of you just wandering off and making this representation of Rhea while the actual team goes and does their sculpture?
No, like we'll have to
No.
talk to our team about it,
Yeah,
obviously.
we'll have to
Oh,
convince
right.
them.
This is
Okay.
yeah.
Well, let's play that out. So,
Oh boy.
as you head back, Rhea just smiles at the rest of you and just says, well, 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 look who it is. The traitors. Not unexpected, I must admit.
My damnedest.
Oh, and that passionate kiss. I'm assuming that was all Cesira trying her damnedest. Whatever trust you've carried with me has disappeared, flitted away like the water Cesara spat out of her own mouth. Go find some dirt to munch on. You won't be involved with
That
us.
is ridiculous. That's absurd. I've been trying harder than any damn member of this team to win any of the last events.
Well, if you'd like, try very hard to stay out of our way.
I could try very hard to lick my taint. Nick moons her and then leaves.
So it seems the 3 of you are out in the cold. Oh, as you're like moving back, she does say out. And if I see you helping any of the other teams, I'm going to ask for an automatic disqualification for them.
Nick, do you mean to her? Say something. say something witty.
I'm not a bloody robot who can just turn that on and off, right?
You do it so well. I've been trying to think of something, but I can't.
As you're like muttering back and forth, like the red team is running out collecting materials. Methuselah, for his part, comes around to you, Vander, and Tasea puts an arm around the two of you and like brings you in. It's like, well done. I saw you run the race. I saw you get a passionate kiss at the end. That's usually what happens. Although, I must admit, I was a little bit jealous I had to swap places with you. He like shakes your shoulder, Vander.
It was.
Looks down at the two of you and says, "So what's the plan? I've gotten the troops to collect a little bit of clay, a little bit of stone, and a little bit of wood. We could try all three, but the last time someone tried that, it fell apart and looked like a twisted creature rising from the swamp. I've taken shits better looking than that."
Then maybe not. Unless somebody's particularly skilled, but... And she'll kind of like lean into Methuselah. I'm not totally sure how much we can trust our whole team to try and win. But if you know anything or anyone that would be particularly good, let us know. And not likely to purposely do poorly.
Yeah, purposely lose. That would be really good.
I wouldn't like to purposefully win. But he like leans in. I did see those of your friends have been kind of kicked out in the cold of the good old red lilies. Maybe they have a few ideas that could swing past us.
We did a little bit of brainstorming. Most of them said playing to the vanity of the wow, I'm blanking on the word. The dryads themselves.
That's a tough ask, because if you get it wrong, you're going to be playing into their vanity in the opposite direction. One crooked nose and suddenly we're out of the competition. But if you get it right, you get it really right. It's an option.
Do we have anybody who's like good at stonework or woodworking or anything like that?
He looks over like the gathered crowd of blue, and he just like looks back at you and says, "Absolutely not."
Okay. Team leader Tasea, you have any ideas?
I'm trying to think of creatures we've seen that may have been beautiful,
My God.
but I think most of them were ugly.
Yep.
Spherian cries on Vander's shoulder.
Oh, we could do a dragon. That's right. Maybe play into the cuteness factor, and if we have a model,
We could
maybe
just
that'll
cover him.
improve it.
Just cover
Just
him
cover
in
him
clay
in the clay.
and just have him burst out of it.
We did so well,
Oh
it
my
came
God.
alive on its own.
What?
Wow. I don't know. I think a dragon would be good. They're
We have
kind
a
of pretty
model.
in their own way. And we do
Yeah.
have a model. And
He's a very handsome guy. Give him some pets. Some pets.
yeah, I can't say I'm good at anything in particular. Is there anything... Anybody you know who's, like Vander was asking, particularly good with wood or stone?
Mic off. Mic on.
I mean, we've got a few scrimshaws in the group and people who know their way around it, but no artisans. None who feel the soul of
Well,
creativity
maybe we
flow
can-
through them.
I guess this is something more just like a question for the DM instead of
Sure.
character, but can we paint our sculptures at all, or does it just have to be that one material?
Yeah, you can paint.
Can I
might
message
steal
Tasea from a
makeup
distance?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'll cast a message from a distance. I just had an idea. I'm hiding behind a crate right now. Don't look. I just had an idea. What if you created a very large illusion and everyone could craft around that to create the structure first? Hold on, new message. Create the structure, the bones first, and then craft around the illusion.
Parentheses, message 2 of 2.
Read at XP.
That's an interesting idea. I like it. Thanks for the tip.
James,
No
I did
worries.
actually have some. Oh, sorry. Golly. Yeah, I did actually have something I wanted to say when Ray was being her bitchy self and like accusing us of treachery or whatever. If that's allowed. I didn't want to interrupt what was going on just now. Okay. Yeah, she's like, you all have to leave because you sabotaged me. Nick just sort of like hops up on his soapbox. It's like, all right, fine, but let's get something straight real quick. Just a moment here, because what I saw was our racer pounding down the hill after having been enchanted by Lord knows what in this horrific wood of yours. And only when she was coming across the finish line with her two competitors halted in their steps by my efforts, by the way, little miss not lift a bloody finger to help her own team, was overcome with passion for this, let's all admit it, that beautiful piece of ass over there.
Vander's picking his
And
nose.
is Red not the team of passion? Is that not why we are all bloody here in the first fucking place?
Mic off.
I look at the people that I encouraged
Roll
to
me a
sleep with
deception
Nick, and I'm like,
James, you were
Did
saying
catch
something.
that?
I'm sorry.
Roll me a deception check.
Is Echo helping me this time, or is Echo sabotaging me this time?
Echo is
Not.
flavoring the scene this time.
yes.
Okay, so it's a
Like
it's a
little
disadvantage then. Do miss regular rolls, guys. I really do. That is going to still be a 21.
Rhea, for her part, is stony-faced, but you can see the rest of the crowd are like sort of mumbling with each other, like there's shrugs of like, he's got a point. And like a few of them are like, all right. I mean, and then like they turned around like, well, we should probably hear them out. They might have some good ideas. We can say no to them if they're bad. And she's like, she rolls her eyes and says, fine. You're welcome to give us ideas, but please do not touch anything we're working on. We've some of the finest craftsmen in our group, and their work is delicate.
I wouldn't dream of touching the sculpting. That's not really what these hands are made for. And he does sort of like pull out his brushes and easel when he says that, just sort of twirls them. If you do want help with the finishing touches, happy to assist. However, my dear, and he looks up at her, you and I disagree on many a thing, but I don't think it can be argued that the how many time champion of this contest
4.
is 4 times. 4 times, folks! Wow. Well, let's give her a hand, shall we?
The crowd starts like clapping.
Must say, it can't be argued that even among all these people standing here, even including myself, and I know that sets a very high bar, you've got to be the most beautiful person standing in this wood.
I was going to agree with you. I was going to say Maria is the face of this competition, but then we were so falsely accused, so I don't know if I hold the same standpoint.
Well, she may have verbally assaulted me, yes, but I would never lie about something so important. Especially when it has to do with the representation of our own champion, who is, again, you.
As much as I enjoy all this toadying, what's your point?
Oh, we're going to sculpt you, obviously. It's the best option.
Roll me a deception check.
Do I have help on this one?
Echo can roll me a deception check first.
Ooh, okay. An option, kids.
You You have
Oh,
advantage on this one.
girl! Incredible. I haven't done this in so long. Get that third roll in, because those weren't too hot. Oh, baby.
There he is.
Always nice to see that 30 pop up.
You can see
Whoa.
she's immediately enamored with the idea, but she puts on a false pretense of considering it for a few moments in false humility, and then says, "It might work. Besides, a smaller version of me animated might make for an enjoyable companion."
A smaller version of you? My stars, I thought it couldn't get any better.
She
Calm
shakes
down,
her
Nick.
head and says, "Very well. We are going to create a new me. It won't be as perfect as the original, but any facsimile is bound to win the competition."
All right, we can't
So
let them win.
The group is making a...
She seems like the kind of person who would have marble on hand.
Sorry. Blue team, what are you doing?
Okay, so
Sorry, red team
we
is
were
going to do
thinking-
that. They're going off and doing that.
we were just realizing, Zach and I off in a different chat, that maybe dragons wouldn't be the best idea with the whole native
Maybe not.
races and stuff, Dragonlords and whatnot not being so kind to native races. And I was thinking, yeah, that's kind of why I messaged you, because I wasn't sure how clear of an image I would have of this, but we're thinking of doing a depiction of the heart tree,
You've
because
seen multiple
Thalia,
depictions of it in various types of art.
sure.
You're probably absconded with some jewelry that has its depiction on it as well in your past. Or artifacts.
Oh, I just had a thought. Could we? Maybe this would be just like some of the fruit from the trees. Could we use that as the heart of the heart tree? I don't know if there's an actual heart in the tree, but
Or the cornucopia. The cornucopia or the horn of Balmutria can make fruits
oh, yeah,
of any
that's true.
kind.
I mean,
Divine
you can always grab fruit too.
Heroes
I
on
think,
our
if not-
team.
Maybe it's a little disrespectful to go pull down dead people.
Well, we wouldn't be grabbing it from the grove, no, but I assume we have other fruit trees. There's
That's sorry. That was the idea, but maybe it's not a good idea. Never mind.
you can always get fruit from the market. It's not
Yeah.
we have
I
to
mean,
pull it from dead
if-
people's trees. So
So just to clarify, I'm going to ask you right now, and you're going to tell me, what are you going to be sculpting or creating?
The heart tree.
The heart tree. All right. So you begin gathering supplies of the heart tree amongst, and you do get a variety of smooth woods, clay, and stone ready to work. The red lilies are also quickly at work, carving out depictions of Rhea, her horns from deep mahogany. She herself carved out of clay, and then smooth
Mahogany.
fabrics comprising her a dress, or simple flowers make up a variety of jewelry upon her. Echo and Nick, is there anything you're doing during this time?
Chloe might be AFK, but Nick goes up and very publicly in full view of Rhea, just sort of comes up with his painter supplies and can't help, but I won't do anything I'm not allowed to, of course.
She looks over, and you can see the sculptors are she's narrating or instructing the sculptors on her face as intricate, small, tiny stencils are being made out. She looks over and considers, and then she's like, "Fine, But
It's sort of like,
no, she waves you off the actual thing. It's still wet clay. But she's like, fine, you can dye me a dress and paint it appropriately. For the
so you're putting a
figurine,
real dress on the one?
yes.
Oh, wait, is this statue naked?
Yes. Well, it is at the moment.
His eyes linger
but
for-
It's clay.
Damn it. Okay, never mind. It's okay, I won't be a pervert. That would be weird. But Nick sort of goes and starts, like, helping out with the dress process. And he is going to make it, like, look as pretty and nice and, like, arguably too pretty if he can. Like, a little...
Gaudy.
Not gaudy so much as, like, a little too ethereal. A little too, dare I say, nymphish.
Okay.
Yeah. That's something I can do. I mean...
Yep. Yeah, no, it is. You don't need to make any rolls or checks for that. Go on, Echo.
I was gonna watch some of the specialists, like the experts in carpentry and shit,
Sure.
and like take notes on it, and then like
Okay.
zip away and like message talk to your render like how to do that.
Alright, give me a performance check. Actually, no, give me an insight check.
The eagle is in the nest. Repeat, the eagle is in the nest.
Alright, 7. Yeah, you're not picking up a lot. You pick up on just like the totally wrong things. You're like, alright, this is a special technique. Well, obviously they have to dip like the thing in wet dirt. It's like, it's not dirt, it's cleansing stone or something that cleans it off without wetting the tools. Anyway, you like head over and you'd like speak this over to Tasea. Tasea, anytime you hear something from Echo, you suggest something to those who are working on the heart tree, and they just look at you, look back, and they're like, "We're not gonna do that."
I think after like one time of that, she stops giving the messages to the other people. She's like, "Oh, I don't think this is." Just kidding. I'm joking with you.
But Tasea or Vander, one of you can roll me an artisan's tool check or a performance check.
I have okay performance. I don't think I have
Yeah,
artisan's
I would
tool.
vote. That's probably better for you. Do that.
Sure.
Nice.
Natural
Oh,
20. Let's go. 23.
beautiful. We put that like fruit as the heart in the tree.
You know what? You know
It's
what?
beautiful.
Can we make it out of clay? Because
You make
Vander's foster father. Maybe not. Okay. I was just thinking because Vander's foster father is Potter. Like that was his trade.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
So actually, I was just trying to like justify
you could
why
put
Vander would have done well.
Clay over the stone, like if we had the basic shape in stone, and then you put like bark and clay
Oh yeah,
over it
totally.
or something. That'd be kind of
Yeah,
cool.
to make like give some like texture to it. I don't know, something
Mhm.
like that.
And then we leave, like a place to put a heart. Which I also, if we feel a little too weird about putting fruit, I also have jewels that I stole off of people.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, you know. Sorry, all of you know the heart is golden. Apparently, it is the golden heart tree. Yeah,
Okay.
but you can place a jewel
I'll
if you
put-
wish.
Do we have like spray paint?
paints and dyes?
Just kidding. I mean, we could.
We can also just melt gold down and cover
Oh, we
it
do. We have
on
gold.
something.
We have coins. I was thinking like, oh, we were gonna get gold, but we have coins.
I don't know if you have a smelter.
I'm rich
though.
enough.
Not immediately available.
probably
That
don't
you
have
can
a
just
smelter.
smelt and cool.
Well, gold's kind of softer though, so we could at least make it like smooth, so it's
Yeah, you can
not
beat it
so
into
not
place.
obviously a
Sure.
coin.
It's fairly ductile.
Sure.
Um,
Let's do that.
All right. So, several hours pass, and it's late in the afternoon. The midday meals have been passed around as the sculptors continue working out at the various items. And you start bringing forth your creations. So if you'd like to describe to me, what does the heart tree look like? Or if you'd like to think about it. Sorry, it's going to be you describing because you rolled that natural 20, Vander. But I think the yellow team brings forth their creation first. And it is a very basic sort of what looks like a yellow bird. Its feathers made out of leaves. Its beak and body sort of driftwood. Its eyes of black onyx. And it's wheeled out and it's quite colourful. It's obviously well made, but it's nothing astounding. The presentation is rather minimalist, and it's more just the quality of the work. It's trying to speak for itself, but it doesn't initially draw the eye. It's like something you'd find in like a basic museum in one of the corners or something. But it's sort of brought forth on a small little tray, and they just say, "The songbird of dawn." Vander, do you want to go next, or would you like Ray's team Red Lilies to go?
Let's see what the Red Lilies have.
You see an almost immaculate, perfect one-to-one representation of Rhea wheeled out. The dresses do not match, obviously, but this whole of diaphanous material and colours sort of give the figure an almost fey-like presence, as this small, like 1-foot model of Rhea is like placed before the figure's clay face, features smooth and perfect. Her cheekbones high. You can see small sort of pinpricked stones have been placed as pupils to her eyes, and her hands are like held aloft in a fairly Grecian pose, like one of the muses of old. It is an impressive and incredibly high quality carving.
The three nymphs that are the judges, they're sort of aesthetic as like correct me if I'm wrong, please. If like there's one that's a starry one,
Yes.
one that's like sort of a watery one, and one that's sort of like a green,
Dryad.
lack of a better word.
Yeah.
There's Dryad,
yeah.
a Naiad, and a Oread. No, not Oread,
Right.
an Ore.
Which is the star one.
Yep. Wind.
So the dress is very intentionally created to evoke sort of all of those colors together, but again, just a little too fabulous looking, and just slightly shinier, slightly brighter, slightly more rich in color, just to like, to give off the vibe that we're absolutely shooting for here.
Yeah. Vander.
Yeah, so I'm picturing the tree as like pretty large, built to like stand on the roots. So there's probably several roots extending out in a bunch of directions. And if Vander's seen depictions of the tree, he would probably match it. I imagine the team would have tried to match it as close as possible.
Yeah, and
there's
Tasea would have done like a image to try to show like what she's seen in depictions and whatnot to give better image to everyone.
Yeah, and there's like in the leaves, it's a tall tree with a wide trunk and sort of like spanning branches, and there's sort of like its canopy is large, and the leaves are crafted as if there's a breeze flowing through it, and as much as possible, just sort of give off an aura of like security, almost like an umbrella. Like the tree is a safe place, and maybe I think we probably painted it as well as best we could if we have paints, and have the gold piece there in the center as the heart, and then up in one of the top branches, Vander would have put a light cantrip, make it just like sunlight, and just sort of have it beaming down through the branches, low and high, and some vines hanging through it. It's just full of life. And they probably would have titled it the Tree of Peace.
As it wheels before the crowd, you see that there are a few gasps. Eyes wide. As the tree is placed before, you see that the figurine of Raya is impeccable. Almost eerily so. But the tree, as it twinkles in the eye, as the breeze rolls through its small leaves, is art incarnate. As it sits, for a moment, there is almost no question of who should win, as all eyes are drawn, even from the figure of the statuesque Raya, to the grand art tree. The Ore steps forward, glittering lines, as he moves towards the tree and says, "I see there is no humility among all of you. Such pride. To cast yourselves so close to blasphemy." As he plays some wind through the trees and then looks down. Wind spins around the dress and almost causes the colors to flow. First like water, then leaves, then the wind. Of Rhea. Heliates the Dryad looks over at Rhea and says, "Such blasphemy from yourself as well. Who do you think you are, that you are equal to the spirits of spring?" Rhea frowns for a moment, then looks back. She looks down at the dress, looks back at you for a moment, Nick, mouth wide open, and then looks back at the Dryads and says, "No, I would never presume to be equal to the spirits of spring. I only wish to honor you. I do not believe myself to be the most beautiful creature, but I believe you. And I share your spirit in myself. And so, the most beautiful creature is one who honors the true spirits, you yourselves." The nymph frowns for a moment and then smiles. "Then I imagine we look very beautiful." She moves over to the heart tree, and as the Dryad does, she places her hand and removes the platform it was placed upon. It sits in the ground, and she touches it, the roots infusing into the ground itself. The clay takes on a moment of life, and you can see the gold of the heart shine for a moment, before it turns into a pearlescent flower, sprouting like a seed blooming in spring. It comes alive. But she says, "This was an incredible creation, but one not from Thylea," she says to you, Vanda. "You have captured its essence and soul. But I'm afraid the heart tree of Thylea is not a creature, nor it is a being. And your artwork does not meet the requirements of the competition. As a result, Adriades moves down and breathes life into Rhea, who, small figurine, blinks for a moment and looks around like almost clockwork and shoves back. Rhea smiles at that, and there is a cheer amongst the crowd. As the red team has claimed another point, the young mechanical Rhea, on a technicality, has claimed victory.
Oops.
You'd think of all people, the Dryad would consider a tree to be a creature.
Well, not
the
only
heart
that,
tree.
but it's Thylea is the mother of all creatures.
Our tree is the physical
It's technically
representation of Thylea in the world.
It's
My
fine.
golf.
Well,
Mic on.
Titans
tried.
aren't beings now.
Thylea.
Everyone else knows who really won. Sorry, go ahead.
The representation of Thylea still stands where you had placed it, but Rhea now walks with the little mini-me beside her, mimicking her every action as it does so. And as you prepare for the Petal Blossom Reverie to move into the dusk, the elaborate dances amongst the spirits, we will take a 5-minute break there.
I tried.
So close. You were racing her get reprimanded.
Oh, there's a mini Rhea walking around now.
Nick's gonna be flirting with it incessantly.
Lovely.
Mic off. Mic on.
Hello, welcome back.
Hello, thank you.
Howdy, James. Do you mind clarifying who just won the competition? Because I thought it was the yellow team. Am I wrong?
Raya did.
Oh,
Yeah.
she won.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
That's why she's animated, because she won. They just animated the tree as a consolation prize.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't realize,
Oh,
but
they
I had
did.
100% imagined the Bugs Life bird as the representation of what I was thinking in my head. That's so great. So yeah, the score is 2-2-1.
So everything we did getting Rhea to like puff up herself in the face of the nymphs was for nothing. Awesome.
Yeah.
She talked her way out of it.
Well,
She talked
maybe
her way
for
out
the
of it.
pageant.
She's a smooth talker.
The yellows
Dr.
can do
Whale.
more
That's her
than
thing.
the minimum on any of these competitions.
Sorry? The what?
I would love to see the yellow guys do anything other than the bare minimum. Like, start contributing, you fools.
Competition is fixed. Did you not listen to Methuselah at like the beginning of the games? The dude
I'm
in charge
well-
of Yellow Team is like a simp for Rhea and is like, "Yep, I'm just here to simp."
So, how many competitions do we have left?
2.
Just
2.
one regular, one
Alright.
in the final. So if
Dance
blue has
and
a shot
pageant.
at winning, they have to win both. And even
Alright.
for red to have a chance of losing, someone else has to win both. 'Cause if red wins this next one, they don't even need to win the final.
No, they do. Sorry, the final is worth 2 points. If it's a tie, whoever's on 2 points win. Whoever won the pageant wins it all.
Yeah, but
So
if
we need
red
to
wins the
win out.
next one, they'll be at 4. So even
No.
if someone else wins the pageant,
It's
No, they'll
2.
be at 3.
They'll be at 3. It's 2-2-1.
It's 2-2-1 right now.
Everyone currently is in the competition. No one can pull ahead except yellow and blue if they win both. Like, yeah, no one can pull ahead.
Yellow
at
and
this point,
red.
It's all.
I give up on doing math. This is someone else's problem now.
Is
Yeah, I
it 2
think-
including the
I
final, or
think
1 and then the final?
1 point.
One
and then the
final.
final's worth 2.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. So I think honestly,
Yeah, so literally,
it's
if
only the final matters at this point.
anyone could technically still win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we have to win out, right? We have to win the next 2 in order to win.
Mm, you
No,
don't
we
even
could
need to do
technically
that.
still win because if we win the pageant,
Oh,
then
it's
we
a
get
tie,
2
and we win a
points,
tiebreaker.
and then it's
Right, you are.
yeah.
Wait. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yep.
But
Can
everyone
I,
is.
if,
Yes.
no, you go first.
I was just gonna say, if everyone's back, we might get started again.
Is the reverie, if you don't mind my asking, is the reverie tonight or is it the next day?
The reverie is tonight. The pageantia is all day tomorrow.
Didn't know.
Yeah, so like you have an entire day to prepare for the pageant. The pageant begins and it culminates in the evening. So it's basically like a final day off with the big going out with a bang.
When I get a chance, can Echo find Tasea? Would you mind coming for a quick stroll with me?
She'll kind of glance back at Vander and try to make sure he's like with other people, so she's not just abandoning him among
Tasea, probably.
no one else.
Holding his hand.
Yeah, and then he asks Zira.
Bender's hanging out with his
And
pals.
yeah, she says, sure. What's up?
I guess if there's like a little pond or something, we're just not too far away, but I just wanted to ask, what is the history behind you and Rhea's rivalry? I don't seem to understand the animosity.
I don't know exactly why I specifically became her target other than just being the easy one. But I guess before my parents died, their popularity sort of gave me, in a way, some popularity amongst the villagers, and then, once they died, and, well, everyone hated me anyway, it was just easy for her to use me as the butt of everything, of all her stories and songs, whatnot, jokes.
What about
And,
before? Before the fire? Were you and
We
her...
weren't really close before, but if you need to know one thing about Rhea is that one thing she really cares about is being in the spotlight. She likes being well known, looked at, respected, I guess.
Well, I've never fought this much in my life, but if there's one thing I've learned, is that if you're threatened by someone, you can, whether you dislike them or not, recognize their talent and skill. I think if she is threatened by you, then she can recognize your talent and skill. And I think that goes a long way in a formula that I'm thinking of. I think I've noticed that you want to leave. You want to put this place behind you, and you don't care whether anyone here forgives you or welcomes you or forgets you. But me being overbearing, I can't help but wonder, wouldn't it be nice at least to know that if something were to happen to the rest of us, that you'd have some place that you could go back to. And so just worry that perhaps we're going about this the wrong way. Everything Rhea is doing is out of anger and fear and worry, and in turn become the same. We're all cheating and lying, and that is part of the way of the competition, but I just wonder if perhaps...
It is always kind of like this.
And I mean that in the best way. I like a little bit of chaos. That's why I love Nick. But I wonder if you find it in yourself to forgive someone like Rhea. Perhaps someday you could find it in yourself to forgive this town. And then even further, you could find it in yourself to forgive Tasea. Because I think the person you're maddest at here is yourself. And maybe that's me projecting. And you can tell me to shut up, or eat a biscuit, or whatever insults that I'm really bad at. I'm just saying that...
Have you been talking
This-
to Agris at all? Maybe? Sounding kind of familiar. Look,
No.
I don't necessarily... I won't forgive this town. No, and it's not ever going to be a place I retire. For reasons other than the fact that I can't forgive this town, no. I appreciate the thought. But there's, at this moment, no place for me. As weird as that might sound. One of the reasons I started tagging along with you all. Every time I try to make a home, it somehow falls apart. And I have a hope that I can solve this issue, whatever it is, with me, and things will change and maybe become more possible. But this town isn't something you can save for me. I don't think you can save me from the town either. No matter how much I appreciate the thought. So don't worry so much about it. We're just relaxing, enjoying the chaos a little.
It just sounds so lonely the way that you think, Tasea. And I understand it. Some part of me deeply relates to it. I've felt that way for a long time. And I just want you to know that I'm here for you. And I will always promise to be overbearing and worry too much about all of your personal affairs that you don't want to share with me.
Well, I suppose that's unfortunate for you then. As I'm sure I will cause you much more anxiety as we move forward. She'll kind of like pat you on the shoulder, like poor Echo. But we do have a dance to plan out, and I have no idea what my team's going to do. I should probably get back to them.
Well, I was going to suggest, while we're alone, perhaps I could show you a few moves. They call you the
I
Flame
can't
Dancer. We
participate.
can't let you.
This section.
Flame Dancer.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Dacia's like, I mean, I can't participate, but... You see, like, her ears getting a little bit pink.
Well, the offer stands.
Mic on.
So does Tasea awkwardly scurry away from the offer, or does she take it?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think she like hesitates and is kind of like almost leaving it up to Echo. Like, I mean, I guess I'll take it, but yeah, I'm not allowed to participate. Just kind of depends on what she says after that.
I'm gonna manhandle her like I manhandle Nick and pull her into like the waltz stand.
Did not manhandle Nick.
As you grab Tassie's hand and pull her, you see in the distance petals begin to fall, indicating the beginning of the revelry. And we're going to flash back to your memory of the festival.
Mine? Or Echo's?
Echoes.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna turn off my camera for this one because I hate being watched while reading. It's I don't know the year, but Echo is 9, so 13 years ago. On this day, the Eurasian monks fight for glory in a show of strength and prowess. But this is not the reason the Veritas family has come out of their usual seclusion. After half a year of begging and being kept inside, Echo Veritas, at the age of 9, has finally convinced her family to allow her out to see Inyalius, the god of beauty himself. On this day, it is said that the elusive god walks the streets during the grand festival and graces the champion of the tournaments with his presence. Of course, this little detail never stopped Echo from fantasizing about being granted the very same gift, despite not being a monk. Of course, going out with her and her younger sister's affliction cannot be tolerated, and thus an expensive wig has been laced and tied to her snakes to prevent any panic from ensuing within the crowd. Despite the discomfort and pained writhing of her snakes underneath the wig, Echo beams at the fanfare. Confetti floats in the sky, and street performers juggle flame and sword alike. On multiple occasions, they're forced to stop her from running off to some new and exciting display. When they've settled far enough back into the crowd, and Elias finally makes his appearance. At first, his attendants arrive in grand number. Their statuesque forms are shrouded in fine white silks and scarves, and their faces are hidden behind white masks so as not to rival Elias's beauty. And then his siren attendant, Fira, soars into the air, vibrant wings filling the sky. As she sings a song to ready his entrance, Echo looks to her father and complains that she can't see. Enraptured by the festivities, he allows her to take Io and climb up onto the garden walls. Her eyes widen in wonder as the god rises from the crowd and his lover, Queen Helen, at his side. The moment is filled with glorious siren song, and the crowd erupts in jovial praise. He and Queen Helen's beauty wrought love, devotion, and praise. Too enraptured to realize that there are tears streaming down her cheeks, young Echo disobeys her father's orders and carries Io closer to the edge of the garden walls. Someday, she says to her sister, he's going to look at us. I'll make us the finest dresses, and we'll be rid of our curse, and then he will see us. The daughters of House Veritas, prettier than the queen herself. She giggles at the heretical statement, but no adult was as high up to hear her. As their chariots grow closer, she cannot help but cry out for Inyalius' attention. If he would just look her way, just once, he might pick her from the crowd and fix her in Io. He might be able to take them away from this prison. Her shouts grow louder and louder, desperate for salvation, until she feels Io tugged from her grasp. She turns and finds her father, halfway up the wall, having pulled Io into his arms. When she is handed off to her mother, he returns for Echo, fury in his eyes. She tries to protest, but he grips her arm firmly and yanks her, bringing her sliding off the wall. When she lands, he leaps down beside her and picks her up. He growls, furious that her recklessness nearly put their family at risk, and she can do nothing but tremble as she has never seen him this hysterical. But as he goes to grab her arm to lure her home, one of her snakes frees itself in the wig and sinks its fang into his hand. As he shouts profanities, Echo wrangles the snake away. I'm sorry, she shouts. I didn't make them do it. Her defense falls on deaf ears, however, as her father yanks her hand and begins marching back to their estate. With resignation in his eyes, he turns back to her. You'll be the death of all of us, Echo. His words loop within her mind as though one day of freedom is cut to an end. As they depart from the festivities, the last thing Echo hears is the fading song of Inyalius' siren.
Mic off. Mic on.
Can't believe you emotionally devastated all of us and included a lore drop? What is wrong with you?
As the thoughts of home linger like smoke in your memories, you notice your snakes moving about, and for a moment of panic, that brief moment of anger, you fear infects your own snakes as they rise and curl around your hands towards Tasea. But as you're brought to the present, you assuage them once more, barely keeping control once more. And it's not Tasea who stumbles in the waltz, but you yourself. You yourself, damn it. You yourself. As the petals continue to flower down. from all about. You see, I'll let you decide. Is it Vander or Nick who stumbles across the two of them, looking for them to begin preparations for the revelry?
Take it. Yeah, take it.
Oh, I thought Chloe was deciding.
Oh, so sorry.
Yeah.
Did you mean you? Did you mean when you said you? I may have misunderstood.
Let's roll 1d2.
Yeah, who wants to be one?
That's
is
just
Nick.
a coin.
Oh, yeah. I'll roll a 1d10. 1 to 5 is Nick. Is
I'm going to say it's Nick.
Even the little guy, the little numbers.
But what is Vander feeling through the ring? Hearing.
Is he within 30 feet of me?
Yeah.
It's like,
Let's make it Vander. Vander,
so what
you're like probably calling out for Echo. Echo, you hear Vander's voice as you manage to bring the snake back just before it sinks its fangs into Tassie's hand. Tassie, you're unaware as Echo like stumbles in the waltz. You're like trying to pick it up momentarily, or I guess more like it. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Tassie, catch her.
As you hear Vander, as you hear Vander like crash through the trees out into the small clearing that you're at.
Hey, Echo, Tasea. Oh,
you see like half of like the extended waltz all and then Echo lets go. I'm sorry, I got caught up in a memory.
Tasea is just frowning at Echo. I kind of saw that.
I mean, I am dancing with you. It's very up close and personal. Can't blame a girl for getting a little flustered. Vander, do you know any dance moves?
I'm happy to go back if it's okay.
Well, it's starting anyway. We should probably all get back here.
But I didn't really even teach you anything.
Like I said, I can't participate in any way.
Anyway,
She's still kind of like looking at Echo, like, is she okay?
Well, I'm going to go see what Nick is up to. I don't want him to be, goodbye.
And that's when I said, that's not a manticore, that's my wife! It's wicked not funny. But
I think you like arrive back and you see Methuselah like wrapping his hand around Nick, and he's just like, I've heard from a little birdie that someone's looking to get lucky in these couple of nights. I just want to say I know a few folks from my pods. Whatever you swing, lads, ladies, a nymph.
just sort of looking up and I'm like,
Methuselah can get it done.
who on earth is telling you that?
The lady with snakes in her hair. You don't mean to tell me that the cursed Medusa is a lie, do you?
I'm gonna kill her.
It's gonna break a lot of hearts if she has been. And like he waves over, and you can see like a group of a cluster of satyrs and what else? Just like scantily waving.
I sort of look at him and was like, well, she was lying, but she wasn't wrong.
All right. You just tell me how many. And he like raises a finger, and he's just gonna keep on going. Anyway, the scene cuts as you don't stop him. He gets to like his second hand, and his like eyebrow raises. He raises another finger.
Seriously? Are you serious? Are you serious?
What? But you'll return. The revelry what is the plan? At this point, you've gotten back in the good graces of Rhea. She's not sure if you attempted to, like, pull one over, but she won. So she's like, all right, I trust you. And so, if you wish, those of you who are quick on their feet are able to be one of the performers for me.
Down? I mean, sure. Look, yeah, why not? Echo, you game?
For you dancing? Of course.
I mean, if as many of us as we like can participate, why not?
Nick is known for his jig all across.
That is a filthy lie.
Blue team, what's the plan? The red team, I guess. Yeah, she gathers the two of you plus about 4 or 5 other backup dancers alongside you for you to direct and plan. And what's the term? Choreograph. Blue team.
Can I ask? What
may
what
ask.
vibes was? Oh, sorry. What vibes was Tasea giving off then? Vander's not like prying at all, but like, what are the like vibes?
You're moving on in. Sorry, I'm moving in on his girl. Sorry, no, ignore me.
From like when she was dancing with Echo, or
Yeah.
I guess you showed up kind of just at the tail end, right, when she was kind of acting weird.
Yeah.
I think it was mostly like worry at that point. Like she seemed a little bit flustered, but it was like, yeah, I think she kind of had just like a little bit of it was mostly like an anxiety, sense of anxiety surrounding her at that point. She kind of like frowned at Echo losing it a little bit there at the end.
Hey, everything good?
Mic
Okay.
off.
I think so. Echo just seemed to have a moment there. After lecturing me, of course, but
What do you mean a moment? Like,
I don't know. I guess I'm not exactly the greatest dancer, so I was focused more on that. But, I don't know. Just suddenly had a weird sense around her that something was off. She said she just was reminded of something, so maybe it was a not as pleasant memory. Who am I to judge that?
yeah, maybe we should just keep an eye on her, make sure everything's good. Anyway, we have a plan for dancing. We should probably connect with Methuselah and the team.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess, thinking maybe lean into Echo's song that she had or performed earlier with the flames and all that. So I am known as the Dancing Flame. Not that I can really participate, but if we kind of lean into that feeling, it might boost our chances of winning the pageantea.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea.
Other than that, I will definitely be off to the side, tripping up other dancers. You can count on that.
Sounds good.
Otherwise, I'm, very not good at choreography or any of such, so if you have any... Just let you... You did take dancing on pretty well when Zero was teaching you.
Dancing is a kind word for what happened on that street. I know how to get like soldiers marching in rank, but not quite the same as dancing.
That might be useful. Just keeping everybody in order and practicing the right things and whatnot.
Yeah.
Especially when it's only so much time. So you keep order and I make chaos. That sounds about right.
Sounds good to me.
And that's
My
the
God.
end of our plans.
Right. Well, depending on if you're ready or not, we might just skip ahead straight to the actual competition. In which case, the crowd gathers, dusk falls, and instead light comes from 1,000 magical orbs humming in the air, flittering, and amongst them begins to fall like snow and rain, small petals. Each of them traces its path down amongst the folk of the forest, amongst the people of Athia. And above it all, a familiar tune is played. On Kyra's lyre. One that harkens back to the storm as the petals fall like rain amongst the various colours. The nymphs clear the area
Again.
for the three teams to compete.
Sorry.
And if there's nothing else, you can all make performance checks.
Can I inspire each member of their team?
Each member of their team, you've only got 2 inspirations.
4 inspired. Oh, fuck the day. Okay. I'll inspire. Who's dancing on Blue's team?
Vander and 5 other randoms.
I'll
Vander will
inspire.
probably-
Is inspiration once per long? Do you get those back on a long rest or
Short
rest?
rest.
Before we go into the dance, Nick does sort of lean over to Echo, just go, just have fun with this one. It doesn't matter who wins.
Alright. But I'll still inspire Vander.
Alright.
And I'm gonna dance with Nick.
Okay.
Whatever he does. And Echo is gonna try and just have fun.
Alright, roll me some performance checks.
Hey, bada bing.
Impressively.
Just shows us up.
Why
Each
do
of the-
I roll like this right now?
Each of the groups dances simultaneously. The competition is to draw attention away from the others as bodies fly into the air, twirling amongst the falling petals like stars. But Vander, there's almost power in his moves as you... Sorry, I've just watched JoJo, the anime, and all I can imagine is like random JoJo poses as he's like,
Nice.
anime posing all about.
Probably on point.
Yeah. But as he like moves, the petals almost like flicker in the light like flames against the torchlight. And despite the the rather impressive and jovial nature of the red team as they're dancing with fervor, it is the slow and yet powerful, moving, emotional sweeps of Vander's body that draws the eye, as well as those around him. Sorry.
No,
I don't know
I
how to
love
describe
it.
dancing. I'm a math nerd. But roll me the second of 3 performance checks.
Can I trip people up or like
You
try to?
certainly may. Which team are you tripping up? Yellow, red, blue?
Pretty much. I think she's just taking. Obviously not blue, but anybody who seems like they're doing too well, she's gonna try to like make it harder for them.
Okay. I mean, yellow's yellow. They're
But she's focused more on red, to be honest. But she's not
they
gonna.
look like they're grumpy.
Yeah, I don't know. Whoever's doing better, yellow or red, whichever. Honestly,
All right.
at this point.
I'm going to assume red. So roll me sleight of hand check, Tasea. Okay. Echo, roll me performance check with disadvantage.
Trip Echo.
Should I double disadvantage mine as well, or
No.
it's already at 3?
Still like great.
Doesn't matter. I mean, Echo, you
Lord.
trip for a moment, much like you did on the hill as you feel something tug. But this time you're ready for it, and you sweep your foot round in a circular motion, like a spinning top. Your dress sort of flares out, and as you do so, you sort of can bring Nick in. And Nick, I imagine like you don't even have to spend a hit die for this, but your feet like kick up blue flame for a moment as you like twirl around, causing like a small circle of bluish fire in the center of a golden Medusa as they fly, drawing their attention. It is 1-all in performance checks, which means it comes down to the last check. Roll me those performance checks.
1-all? 1-to-1.
1-1.
One, yeah.
Yellow's not even in the game. Hell yeah. You'll love to see it.
I will inspire Evander again
Right, that's
as
your
I
last
twirl
inspiration.
away. And I'll look at him and I'll wink. And then I'll come back. And I'm going to purposely try and not... I'm taking it steady. Instead of doing like a whole extravagant, I'm just going to do like a little shuffle.
I also inspire Vander by just giving him like a hearty smack on the ass. It does nothing.
Okay.
Nixpiration has 0
Cheating.
mechanical effects.
Cheating!
Oh, gracious. That inspiration's crazy.
Did you say something, Echo?
Huh?
Are you rolling performance?
Oh, yeah, I did it at disadvantage. So...
Oh, did you?
That's a third. Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of... She's just trying to take it easy. She's doing
Just
all...
taking it easy.
She's letting Nick take the stage.
Which means, as Vander like flies through the air, I imagine there's a moment where just like the moment takes you, and you see 2 of the like Sadies run on either side, and like you lift them up like a cheerleading ballerina as like he moves,
Yes.
twirl in the air before like leaping outwards and landing with the final silence. And obviously, with that final flourish, the crowd blasts into cheers for like everyone's performances, except for Yellow's. Screw Yellow. No. As the crowd is cheering, all 3 nymphs and Kyra, like finishing the music with a flourish and switching songs, move up. And they speak out. For this, you may be granted a gift of life or fecundity. Which would you like to choose?
What does that second word mean?
Thank you!
Means you get your bang on with one of the nymphs. Fecund, a fertile soil.
Oh, let's do the first one.
They move forward. All 3 of them like move forward. One placing a kiss on your forehead, the other on your cheeks, and you feel invigorated with life. As do all the other dancers in your team, as everyone on your team increases their maximum hit points by 3.
Yo.
I love that this happens to not the
You
team
do?
HP gang is on.
Yes! Hell yeah!
Wait, what's Tasea's
Meg,
max
if you're
HP
watching
now?
for this, I'm coming for
I
you.
just want to know.
47. It was 47. Now it's going to be 50.
I was
So
already
weak.
the lowest. Mine is 44. Exhausted.
Round 70. That's amazing.
Echo just kind of afterwards towards Nick. There's just some impressive dance moves.
I fell down 7 times, but nobody noticed because I'm 3 feet tall.
I thought it was kind of like a tumble technique. You made it work.
Echo, one of my legs is a full inch longer than the other. No, that was not on purpose.
Well, look, first. All I'm saying is I won't have to talk you up as much if you keep dancing like that.
Yeah, about that. Never do that again.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to go. Tasea needs me.
Oh, she's the worst lawyer.
Meanwhile, Tasea walks over to Vander and is like, "You not dancing my ass. I knew you had this one."
I don't know.
Made
what came
everyone
over
else
me.
look really good too.
I felt like I was in a trance. It was. Wow. I was.
Satyr music will do that to you.
Yes, inspired is right. And yeah, if Echo's nearby, Vander will say, "Thank you for that." Thank you.
I did nothing. That was all you.
Nope.
Entirely you.
The lie.
Thank you.
Of course. So, why didn't you choose the second option for the reward?
I just. This one's for the whole team, so I just want to be a team player.
The one might have been as well.
Anyway, I have to go give Zephyrian a bath.
Right. Well, good luck with that.
Hope that's not a euphemism.
I need to go clean my dragon.
It's canon now. It's canon.
I'm so sorry.
As the crowd cheers in the second last night of the festival, Methuselah moves over to you, Nick, and he holds out a drink. He sips from it, holds it out to you as he's grabbing another drink and next to himself and sipping from it, and he just cheers and goes, "Those are some good moves, and I'd like some dirt on our girl over there now that she's back with us."
What was that second sentence?
Like some dirt on our girl over there now that she's back with us.
Oh.
He wants rumors about Tasea, he wants the goss.
Oh, brother, let me tell you.
Crack knuckles.
I do. I crack my knuckles, sit crisscross applesauce, but not on the ground. I'm just fully hovering in the air. I have a spell slot left. I'm casting Fly on myself. And we vibe, and we have a whole dish sesh.
He's loving it. Yeah, you cannot get enough.
I've flagrantly, I've almost everything I say about Tasea is a flagrant lie, if not just an exaggeration of something. But most of them are completely made up.
What?
She killed the Hydra all by herself. She killed the Minotaur all by herself. I watched her rob every single noble in Acastus's court in the middle of a banquet.
I think at the end of it, he's just scratching his chin. It's it does beg the question: what the hell does she need any of you for?
Moral support, mostly.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, I happen to be a pretty adept healer.
Well, I know a few lads and ladies who would like a little bit of adept healing, if you know what I mean. He motions over to the a second group of groupies.
What is like an oven?
What
Lay
is
on
everyone doing
hands.
for the rest of the evening?
Casting Lay on Hands.
What is everyone actually doing for the rest of the evening?
I guess a bunch of satyrs.
Okay.
To clarify again, the pageant is tomorrow evening, so we have the full day to plan, right?
That is correct.
Okay, then yes, a bunch of satyrs.
And by the end of the evening, you will have. Well, we'll deal with this first, and then when and if we get to the morning. Vander, Chloe, Vander, Echo, and Tasea.
I think unless someone wants to talk with Vander or do something, he'd probably head back to the pod and just spend some time with Zephyrian. Just hang out with him, talk to him a little bit, try and teach him words, try and fly with him, play with him, just engage him and spend some time just hanging out with a little baby dragon.
Yeah, and I think Chloe went somewhere, but Tasea is playing watch guard still, kind of. She's keeping an eye out for people messing with drinks. And then I think once Vander heads back, she tries to get to a position where she can kind of see if anyone starts approaching their pod or anything. She tries to like keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Stick mostly in maybe not quite the shadows, but she's
You
still
don't-
visible. But
if you wanted
she's
to,
kind of like
escape sight, despite you being one of the head contestants, like anytime you're out in the open, like there's a couple of cheers, and you get the sense that there's a almost welcoming atmosphere for the first time in a long time amongst the folk around you. There's the villagers and many of those who never knew whom you were, especially those younger ones, now hearing tales secondhand from Methuselah and a few others, have come to be impressed by Tasea of Athia. Nonetheless, you can roll me an insight check or perception check, depending on what you're focusing on. Okay, we're just going through what we're doing for the evening. So if there's anything you want to do during the evening, let me know. Cool. I'm assuming that's nothing. A 9. Yeah, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Certainly no one approaches your pod. You can't see if anyone's spiking drinks. I mean, alcohol is so free-flowing, it's possible. What is the stealth check for?
She absolutely catches my walk of shame.
Oh, right, okay. Vander, while you're off looking after Saphirian, you see a figure sort of emerge, old and with the weathered staff, his long horns reaching up into the sky, as Zagreus approaches.
Oh,
He,
hey.
motions for you not to like get up or stop what you're doing. A smile
I think
emerges from his face.
Tassia's still at the in town.
Yes, I'd be aware if that young woman left us again. No, I would like to come and speak with her companions.
Oh,
I've been impressed. It's rare we get visitors during the Festival of Renewal, but I'm wondering how you're finding our town.
It's lovely. Reminds me of my home a little bit. I grew up in a village not too different from this one.
The halcyon days of youth. Never forgotten, but long lost.
Yeah, it's you're doing a great job here. It's it's nice.
I'm sorry about your run this morning. I was almost sure you would cross the finish line with a full mouth of rainbow.
Oh, yeah, just you caught me off guard a little bit there. It was a long run. I guess I was tired.
The nature of these things. People are full of tricks, but hopefully never malice. This is a festival of renewal, after all, of spring and new life.
Benner has a hard time making eye contact with him after that.
Yeah, hopefully nothing like that.
Tasea hasn't told me much of your young companion there. He motions to Saphirian. He's sort of like growling. You can see he's like chasing a dragonfly at this point.
Oh, yeah, this is Zephyrian. He's a baby dragon.
Yes, I've only seen one other dragon in my time. Flying high above the skies a few years ago.
Yeah, they're majestic creatures. Scary when they get big, but hopefully Zephyrian will be scary, but also good.
That is the hope for all, isn't it? That we grow up to be good.
Yeah, something like that.
Except for me, of course. I've done my growing. I'm now growing down to be good, hopefully. And in my time, make some decent fertilizer.
Oh yeah, a lovely way to show respect, pay respects to those who passed.
Perhaps. But that grove is not for the dead, but for the living. The dead will pass, so long as their bodies are tended, whether in soil or stone. But when we come to the tree and eat, it is not for the reassurance of the dead, but for those who remember them.
I suppose that Tasea's family's probably there, or the trees are.
Has she spoken much about her parents?
A little bit, and I think it was when she was a little drunk. Sorry, that's sharing too much. She's not been too particularly forthcoming, but from what I know, it's a difficult circumstance. She told us what happened as best she can, as best she knows.
The best anyone knows, I'm afraid. What I do know is this. They loved her like their own. We all did, until we failed her.
Did you say like their own?
Yes, she was their daughter. They were wonderful people. They loved all who came across them. And her mother sung with such a sweet voice it would put even, like leans in, even the goddess Kyra to shame. Like he leans back. Although I suspect she's pranking us for the most part.
Careful, if she hears you, gonna get an earful yourself.
Father was a wise soul. A satyr I could always rely on. I didn't always have the wisdom I have today, and much of it is thanks to him. He knew there was always more to people than appearances. Always more to life than what was right in front of them.
Bernard opens his mouth as if to say something, but hesitates.
I'm glad she has companions like you with her. I only hope that you'll be glad to have her with you too. Enjoy the rest of the festival, my boy. And he like pats you on the shoulder and begins moving off. His horns sort of like waving in the air.
Thank you. After a moment, Vander will spring up and sort of run on after him, and grab a pouch from his bag.
Just one moment.
He pauses and turns to look at you as you call out behind him.
I want to give you something, if I can. Well, not just for you, but for your village, your people.
And Vander will just pass him over the sack with every single coin that he owns.
It's quite light to you, but you can see his old shoulder sort of drops at the sudden weight, and he looks surprised at it, and he hefts it. This is incredibly generous of you. Thank you for your kindness. It's not appropriate to refuse the gift of strangers.
You've been very kind and hospitable to us, more than we deserve. So, thank you.
Thank you for this gift, but as Tess's father once reminded me, there are far more greater gifts than gold and silver. I only hope that we can exchange those as well.
Yeah. Well, good night.
Yes. I'm sure it'll be safe with me carrying all of this heavy coin through the village alone at night. He wanders through. You can obviously tell he's choking. He's quite clearly calling out. And it does feel like the place is incredibly harmless during this festival time. You see him wandering through the village. Back to the festivities.
Ben just sort of slowly runs his hands through his hair and goes back into the pod.
As Vander is talking to Agris, and specifically when he's talking about how hospitable the village is, he wouldn't see this, but Agris sees behind him Nick tiptoeing back towards the pod carrying his sandals.
Nick, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, come on.
Ooh.
Can I do it when I'm passing behind Vander?
No.
That's a ridiculous request. I do not expect a yes on that. Yeah. Let me make sure I don't have the aura toggled on, because I think I did before. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's no good. Is this against a frighten? Ooh, I'm gonna use a luck die that I remember that I have for once.
Okay.
Hey.
A 16. Yeah, you're gathered, and there's a gaggle of satyrs, maybe 3 or 4, and even a dryad who's moved in. One of the satyrs leans in and sort of begins taking off your robe, but the dryad moves in and kisses you. And as you fall into the kiss, you realize that it's infused with magic. And just before it can claim your mind, you feel or sense someone approaching from behind. And I need you, Nick, to roll for initiative.
Methuselah.
All right, if I recall correctly, I'm not sure if it lets me do this at advantage or at disadvantage, but I'm going to try. Yeah, it does not let me do that. It says there's no active combat encounter in your currently viewed scene.
Oh, right, yeah.
It might have something to do with it.
There you go.
Give her a shot. I had control toggled and it still only rolled once. I'll try to roll again, but if I recall correctly, it just straight up doesn't let me roll 2 times. I don't know why. You want me to just roll a random d20 and see if it's lower?
Yeah.
Okay. Should have a +3. So hopefully that'll do it as it should. Yeah, it's going to be the 7.
All right.
Yeah, as the one smooches me and it doesn't work, I just sort of look at him like, well, that's not very hospitable at all, dear.
Surrounded. You manage to pull away just at the last moment as you were assaulted by a blade from behind. as you feel a heavy form stab behind you. Features multi-attack, yes. Oh no.
Hey, James. I'm gonna burn another luck dice. Reroll that motherfucker. That's right. I know my abilities now.
Oh.
Yeah, like at the last moment, as you realize this kiss is trying to like bring you out of the present moment. The movement from behind and the telltale magic of the kiss causes you to instinctively, almost like your blade calling out, to like look back as you see a large form swing out a blade. The blade misses and stabs into the dryad as she like cries out with pain. He whips back as you see the towering form of Methuselah look down at you and just spit out, "This is for your brother, you bastard," and stabs down at it a second time.
You bastard what? I missed the last bit.
Soldier.
How many times do I have to say I'm not a bloody soldier?
16 misses. You don't have your armor.
16 exactly. Oh, well, the 16... If I don't have my armor, a 16 super does not miss, dude. Are you kidding?
You take
You psychotic.
5 plus 8, 13 points of damage as he stabs into you. Does he take acid damage?
I mean, yeah, if he stabbed me, he absolutely takes acid damage.
So he'll take 3 points of acid damage.
Let me see if I can... Yeah. Should be able to... Yeah, there we go.
Alright, Nick, what would you like to do?
I look up at him and like spit out a gob of blood, and it sort of like sizzles against him. He's like, "You know, lad, we are having a nice time, and I don't know how many times I have to say it, but I'm not a bloody soldier. Good Christ, they killed my family too." No one here knows who Christ is. That's not a canonical character.
He just spits back.
yeah.
I saw you wearing the white. I saw you march in with the blades, and I saw men just like you cut down my brother, and I'm gonna cut you down back and bury you beneath him so you feed his bloody tree.
Adorable, truly. Listen, I sympathize. I really do. Can't be letting you do that though. So I am. This is tough. I closed out of my character sheet, so I am vamping to stall for time.
Yeah, I also did want to ask, because I was looking out for Vander and Nick in particular. I know I rolled very
Roll a
poorly.
9.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Figured I'd mention that.
Okay, I've got her up. Yeah, how many of them are there's 4 and one is a dryad. It's not.
Yep.
Is it the judge dryad or is it a different
No,
dryad?
totally different dryad. Like just this.
Okay, because that would be not great for me. This is still not great for me. I'm a little lad, and I got my ass handed to me by one person last week. Not canon. Yeah, I guess. I bonus action, click my heels together. Flames go up. Action. What are they carrying other than he's got a short sword? Are any of them carrying like bows or anything?
They technically have ram attacks, so like they have horns.
But they're not armed other than him?
But they don't. Well, not at the moment. But you can see like they're grabbing behind to bring out hidden blades. Maybe. I don't
Blade.
know. They can ram attack, so they can just smack you with their horns apparently.
I don't care for that very much. Yeah, I'm gonna use my action to cast Fly on myself and just sort of crouch down and I don't feel confident in my ability to fend off 4 attacks before my next turn, so I am gonna fly 60 feet straight up in the air. They all get opportunity attacks, but they're all at a disadvantage because I did my feet thing.
Oh, right. And I think like as you fly, fire trickles out. 15 to hit.
That I don't have my armor?
You don't have your armor. Oh, yeah.
Nice, he's 12, dog.
Alright, 6 misses. 6 also misses. A 12 exactly. As you take 7 plus
Oh,
another 6 plus 7. 14, 20 more points of damage as you fly directly upwards. I think as you fly up and with your flaming feet, like scouring the air blue, you notice this, Tasea, as you like look around and
She
see
bolts towards it.
Nick flying up into the air.
So first of all, that damage was from the same attack, right? From Methuselah?
One attack was from one of the rams. The first satyr hit you for 7 points of bludgeoning.
Where's the damage for that? There's another 7. Sorry, it's further up the thing. There it is.
7.
Okay,
Plus 7.
so the satyr takes 4 acid damage, and Methuselah takes another 4.
Another 4.
And as he sort of rockets up into the sky, he sort of down. What the bloody hell happened to guest friendship, you twats? And I'm going straight up in the air to get as far as I can away, but on my next turn I'm gonna
Alright, so
try
you're
and move
60 feet
towards
up.
where my buddies are.
Tasea, you can roll in to initiative. Right, how hard is this? Here we go. Alright, and I need you to
Is
make a
it
wisdom
add?
saving throw. As one of them gets out of pipe pans and begins playing them.
Do you have to add me to combat
Oh
or
yeah, I
just say,
do,
like,
sorry.
And me make a wisdom save or Who's
No,
making-
Nick.
Oh, another one?
Yes.
I'm 60 feet in the air.
Yes.
Does that have a
Any
range
creature
that
within-
high?
Any
Shit.
creature within 60 feet of the satyr that can hear the pipes.
Oh, that is
Literally
rough,
just on
eh?
the edge.
Well, odds are not ever in my favor. That is a nat 7, so I think it's... I don't know where it went. Oh, it's a 11. 11? Oh, I'm proficient. I think that's still too low, though.
It's DC 13, yeah. DC 13
Ah,
wisdom
shit.
saving throw. You begin to fall asleep
Oh,
and go unconscious, and your body begins slowly drifting down as the sleep spell wears off. Tasea, you see this, like, Nick's form just, like, fall unconscious.
You
His,
mean it's the fly spell wears off?
oh, yeah, that's I said the sleep spell. The fly spell wears off. But you don't fall, you just float down harmlessly on your turn.
I do realize something, and this makes sense, because I just realized I cast Fly to joke with what's his face,
Oh,
Methuselah
Methuselah.
earlier,
Yeah.
which was my last spell slot, so I shouldn't have been able to do that anyway. I should have just disengaged,
That's
but
fine.
it is what it is. I'd still be within 60 feet, so I'd still be asleep on the ground anyway.
Well, for the moment, you're still up in the air. Tasea, you like run and get to the edge, more or less, as you see Nick falling. None of them have noticed you at this point, as you like come into this small grove, barely illuminated by a waxing moon.
it's an action to message Vander, right?
It would be, yes.
Okay, so she can only make it to
casting
the
a sending
edge.
spell.
He's going to cast sending to Vander and basically say, like, need your help right now, right here. And then she's also going to use her bonus action to use the Sentinel's Heart to get super strong.
6 feet tall and super strong. Been
Uh,
on TikTok a lot this week. I'm sorry.
but yeah, she just I don't know if you want me to say exactly what she says to Vander, but just gives him directions to the tent and says, like, I need your help. And I think that's all she can really do at this point. Oh, and I think she will yell out, like, because she's hidden at this point and sneak attack. Yeah, she's a rogue. She's not going to yell out. Not yet.
I hate myself. I had 1 luck point left. It's fine.
Yeah, if it wasn't Tasea's turn again, I would have Yeah,
Then
you
it's
can
fine.
avoid it.
He's
We're past that.
okay. I'm on my way right now.
I die.
He's grabbing his axe and his shield. I don't think he's in his armor, and he is rushing toward where she
Right.
said.
Methuselah is going to ready an action. Nick, you fall unconscious to the ground. And as you land, Methuselah jams his blade down in towards you.
The odds of me not going to exhaustion right now are pretty low.
An 18.
Is that an auto? Is that an auto crit because I'm asleep,
It's
or is
an
that
auto
only
crit.
when you're?
Nope. It's going
Okay,
to be an
yeah.
auto crit.
Good night, Gracie.
Um,
My AC's 12. It's super hits.
yeah, that's
Oh
Mine's-
no!
that's going to be a. I don't know how to crit it.
Is that the crit damage? Can you up it to crit damage, or you could always just roll again too, if you want?
The total
Look at
crit
you.
damage is 16, 31, 8 plus 5.
39, 44 total, which is
44 total.
that is exactly my max HP, but I'm not at 0 when he hits me.
No.
So,
So you just take 2 points of exhaustion. As he stabs down,
Dude.
you immediately wake up as
2
the
points
short
of
sword-
exhaustion or 3? I didn't hear you correctly. I'm sorry.
2.
2.
Yeah. You're at
Is
0
it a
and you have
crit,
2 points
or-
of exhaustion because it's more than half your max HP.
Right. More than half. I thought it was. Isn't it your max HP that sends you to
That's
2? Because it's
outright
your max
death.
that kills you. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
There was
so-
confusion for this during the battle royale too, and I guess I got it. My wires crossed. Yeah. Okay. That's 2 levels for Daddy.
You're awake, but you are prone, unfortunately, as you can take your actions.
Oh, it's my turn. Lord help us.
You got woke up because he readied an action. I mean, I guess I could have delayed, but that would have been cheeky. And because it procced on your turn, you awake during your turn, so you get to take it.
Okay. So canonically, I should not have had spell slots in the first place, so I absolutely don't have spell slots now.
No.
Right. I look around, just see the 3 of them. Tasea. Do I see Tasea? She's probably pretty well hidden.
She didn't hide.
She didn't hide.
Not hiding.
Well, I mean, like, she didn't take an action to hide. She just
He
didn't
didn't
draw
have to.
attention.
She was already hiding.
Okay.
from the-
Okay.
Then, yeah. Okay.
And I already have regular disadvantage from the eye, and now I have disadvantage on ability checks, so if I roll perception, there's no way in hell I see you. So what I'm gonna do... I look up at Methuselah and spit. Again, this time just regular spit directly in his face.
Your feet
No,
are
I
still
like
burning. That still continues. Your bonus action feet still burn. They
Oh.
didn't disappear.
Yeah. Cool. I look up at him and I just say, I really liked you. This is a shame. And I pull my eye patch up.
Oh, right. Okay. As you pull that up, it's going to proc on their turn. So immediately the satyr is going to roll a wisdom saving throw. Fail, as they become restrained.
Is it whiz or
uh,
con?
Oh, is it con? Anyway, well, they
Yeah.
failed regardless. If it's con, don't roll the con save.
And if I...
Can you double check?
forgive me, but if I recall correctly, I do have to stay here for it to take effect on their turn, or do they start rolling regardless? Because I used
You
my...
have to stay within 30 feet. For the
Oh,
beginning of their turn.
then...
Oh, alright, it's still your turn, yeah. Unless are you staying where you are?
Well, I'm disengaging and getting the fuck somewhere else.
Disengaging. Okay.
Yeah, because that's... Well, unless it takes an action, but I get a free object interaction. Would my eye patch be considered that?
I'm gonna call
That's an action that I can stay where I am.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it an action to remove your eye patch.
Okay.
Because it'll
That's
be
perfectly
it's
fair.
like you put it on quite tightly. It's not just something that you want to let slip off at any random moment accidentally.
I can't put myself exactly in the middle, but I'm back there again. Yeah, shit, man. That's all I got. I can't. If I can try to run away and they'll have disadvantage, but my AC is 12 and my speed is 20. So.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a 13. So another ram hits you for another point of exhaustion.
Opposite 3.
And this dryad rolls saving throw. Is it con or wisdom?
You know what? I'll double check.
Find it, but it's really hard to find.
It's in items, but it is Constitution DC 16, so it's slightly better than my casting.
Oh, right. It's right here.
14. So the dryad is also beginning to turn to stone, restrained. Which means they attack with disadvantage. Natural 2, as they swipe down and freeze, as their hand begins to turn to petrified wood. It is the second satyr's turn. And they will also roll a save.
I would warn Tasea to hide her eyes, but I don't know
That's a
you're
fail.
here. I'm really sorry. Hopefully seeing people start to turn to stone is an indicator, but I can't do much else to help you.
As a second attack from this satyr also misses as they begin to turn to stone. Tasea.
Could have been really bad for me.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't know if I can even see Nick at this point if he falls to the ground or if he's on the ground. But
I did. That was the first thing I did. So, but I am being just ganged up on right now.
Did you say insight?
I did, yeah.
13?
Yeah, in the faint moonlight, you begin to make out that a few of these creatures around Nick are beginning to turn to stone.
Yeah. She can't look at him because she cannot save against that. Holy shit.
DC 16, aren't you, do satyrs have magic resistance, right? Or is that a different, that's not Thylian satyrs?
Oh, flip, they do too. Thanks for reminding.
Too late, this counts! No! Fuck! I fucked myself.
Is that against
What have
this
I
too?
done?
Is it just...
But no,
Is it
Thylian
safe?
satyrs do not have magic resistance. It's just these ones do. Sorry?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think...
No, you don't.
Okay.
These are,
Yeah,
these
and
are
magic resistance
satyrs?
doesn't count against this sort of stuff.
I don't know...
So-
Oh, it's not a
it would
spell.
not.
Got you. Sick. Okay. Cool.
But Tasea, what are you doing?
Okay, so those three are turning to stones. They have disadvantage. It's just Methuselah.
Correct. They were
She's
restrained.
unaffected.
Yes.
Can she... I think she's just going to try to tackle Methuselah.
So you can
And maybe
close your
by
eyes,
the
or are
point
you running?
I think once she gets to the point where she would see Nick, she's gonna close her eyes. So try to position it.
Alright. Roll an athletics check. You have disadvantage.
Is that control?
You're strong. You're so strong.
That's
It's a nod
control
to
for
be.
disadvantage,
It's
right?
control to be
Yeah.
disadvantage. Yeah, you rush to the edge, close your eyes, imagining where Methuselah is, leaping over Nick. Oh, you wouldn't have failed anyway. As you freaking 10 crash
'Cause I'm
tackling
strong.
into Methuselah. You're able to drag him back just enough that I guess it's not on the map, but just enough that he's not in the reach of Nick anymore. But as you tumble with him, he turns back to you, Tasea, blade in his hand, and he yells out, "What are you doing? Let me go! Let me go! They killed him! He killed him!" Do you say anything?
Yeah, she looks down on him, just completely cold, and says, "I warned you not to touch them." As she grabs for her own weapons. You knew that if you did anything to them, I would take action against you.
You begins turning to stone, and he's just like, "You're just as bad as them!" And he tries to stab down at you with disadvantage. 15 and 17 to hit.
Both hit.
For 7 and then 8 points of damage. As he stabs into you, he's just like, I hoped you just brought them here to slaughter them, but no, you made friends with our oppressors, our killers. Nick, what would you like to do? Oh wait, no, it'd be a straight roll, so yeah, okay. Still do the 7 and 8. Nick?
Okie doke. So these three are restrained around me. They're all restrained, I guess, because he failed his save? Okay.
That's correct. They all failed their save.
But restrained creatures can still take opportunity attacks.
Correct. At disadvantage.
They were already at disadvantage, and my EC's 12. Fuck me. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm at 3 levels of exhaustion. I'm at disadvantage on absolutely everything all of the time. Them being...
Just get out.
My speed is 20!
They're all frozen!
Even with your flames?
They're restrained. My speed is halved from... Well, that's a good question. James, my base speed is 25, which halved would be 10. Flaming Feet adds 20 to that. Does that add 20 to my 10, or would the total 45 be halved to 20?
The latter.
Okay,
20.
so yeah, my speed is 20. Because I have 3 levels of exhaustion, because I got the shit kicked out of me by people I was trying to have sexy times with. This is exactly what I warned Sazira about, and she was fine.
I had $1 for every time.
I get $2.
$2.
I don't know, it's weird that it happened twice. Jesus. How does... He hasn't actually been harmed, right? He's just starting to petrify.
Who, Methuselah? I mean, he took the acid damage.
Probably you got that from stabbing me. Do I be a vengeful dick, or do I be nice, is the question. These people attacked me when I trusted them. There's no reason for me to be nice. Yeah. Golly. I stabbed the Dryad.
Hooray, roll the hit.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're, like, whipping your blade at your goose.
It's my bonus action to bring my glaive out, so I can't Hexblade's curse anybody.
Right,
but I'm gonna roll. I have disadvantage from being exhausted, but I have advantage from restraint, so it's just regular, which means disadvantage. Oh, it's exhausting being me. Natural 2.
9, unfortunately, is a miss. As you swing out, she manages to bring a petrified arm up, and a natural 1. The second just like strikes against a stone arm as she holds it up. You. Tasea is going to roll another con save. And turns to stone immediately.
Wait, did you cover your eye at this point?
No.
Cool.
Dryad rolls another save.
Nicely.
Saves. So
can I use luck points on other people's saves, or is it just attacks?
Just attacks against you.
Okay. I can't do shit.
I think. I don't know.
I'll look up the language real quick, but you keep going. Whenever you make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Attack roll.
Also spend 1 point when an attack roll is made against you. Yeah, there's nothing. That's the only other person's roll I can use it against.
Alright. She's no longer restrained, but a 9 is going to miss. As the Dryad shakes off appropriately the stone, but she swings out a claw that fails this seed here. Oh, actually, at the top of the initiative, Vander and Echo, roll me initiative. As the two of you, Vander, I imagine that you collected Echo along the way. She saw you like sprinting through the crowd. She follows you, and you like come out into this clearing, listening to the voices, seeing these two statues at the edge. You're about, I'm going to say, exactly 30 feet, so like 5 feet just beyond the effect of Nick's eyes. You see two stone statues, Nick bleeding out acid onto the ground, and Tasea barely, her eyes closed, grabbing onto Methuselah just beyond. Right. So at the top of the round. She saves. Stop. Is going to make a strike attack at you, Nick, and hit for another point of exhaustion.
Quick. I missed one acid roll on what's his face, on Methuselah's. That's another 6 for him. That's what I was scrolling to look for.
Okay.
And then this bitch also takes, it should be rolling.
6.
Or 6. Hot diggity. Yet again, my most useful trait is bleeding on people. I'm down to 4, which is rough stuff. My hit point max is halved. Doesn't affect the damage of this attack, does it? Oh, 3
No.
3 wouldn't matter anyway.
Tasea. You're currently grappling Methuselah, but you are blind as you're like tossing back and forth. You can feel like parts of him are turning to stone as he's like slashing his blade, cutting into you deeply.
Shout out at
Is he
Tasea.
wearing armor?
Is open.
Sorry?
Is he wearing armor?
Is he wearing armor? Yeah, he's wearing leather clothing, armor.
Let me
Oh, I get it. He gets to wear his armor to the orgy. Fine.
Because it's leather.
Oh boy.
Also, I don't think it was part of the orgy initially. He snuck away and snuck in.
Well, technically, nobody was part of the orgy.
That's fair. No, that's true. Tasea? What are
Yeah.
you doing?
Depends on your
When
definition of
Nick
orgy.
grumbles at her, she just yells back, "Get the hell out of here, Nick!" And she's going to
Very angry shout. I just don't shout into my
Blindly-
mic because nobody likes that.
take a stab at him, I guess. I think I have to
All right.
move my spear to one-handed, though.
You will, yes.
Oh, grapple.
You have disadvantage.
Oh boy. Let me remind myself how to do this.
Oh, actually, no, it's straight roll. He's restrained.
I'm just gonna roll my old thing that I have set up for this. Where are you? Over.
I love
Wow.
the vibes.
Beautiful.
Vander actually did participate in the atrocities against this city, and he gets a nice chat with the village elder while these assholes are trying to murder me when I've never been here before.
And like right before before the end of her turn, she says, "Why would I ever pick any of you? None of you chose me. They choose me every day. They're as close to family as I have at this point. So you maybe your family died, but you can't kill mine instead."
In your hands, you feel him turning to stone, and he just like mutters out, "You're a murderer just like that." And I think with that, we're out of combat. As the last of the satyrs looks up, sees Echo and Vander blast into the clearing, and Tasea, I imagine, Nick, you place your blindfold down,
Eye patch, yeah.
eye patch down. The satyr surrenders at that point, holding up her hands and dropping the pan flute. As the grove goes quiet, all that's left in it is the distant sounds of the festival continuing beyond.
What kind of floor are we looking at? Is this like grass or?
Yeah, it's all grass. It's like a soft glade. Sunk in moonlight.
I sort of like
Flowers
lean
around.
on my glaive to push myself up, and I hobble over to Nick is very used to leaning on something to walk because he used to use a crutch when he was younger. But he sort of hobbles over to Methuselah, looks down, and looks up at Tasea. Ask me for his life, and he can have it.
Oh boy, this might be a turning point for Tasea. I think
My golf.
looking at Nick and his wounds, I think you watch as her hoof smashes down into his head.
From the other side, he's smashing it with the butt of the glaive.
Mic on.
Friends
And
don't let
she'll,
friends do murders
like,
alone.
turn towards the satyr who's given up. It was just like the dark, like she just looks extremely angry, not really like sad or anything. No one touches my companions while we're here. Thought I made myself at least somewhat clear.
You're gonna need to
Why
find
should I
your
leave
elder.
you? Should I leave you alive
shit.
to spread the message a little clearer, or just dole out the punishment as I should? She'll kind of start stalking towards her.
Yeah, I mean, terror is in her eyes. She like stumbles back as she like tries to get away from you, like crawling on all fours behind her. Her hooves digging into the loamy grass as you march forward. She just asks, "Yes, please, no." Stumbling over her words as you stalk, furious
Vander will
flames in hand.
try to interpose himself between Tasea and the satyr. Enough, Tasea.
Is it? Is it
Can
really
you
enough?
What good is it gonna do?
I don't know.
Well, it cheered me up
Yeah.
a spell, I'll tell you that.
When I knew we were coming back to this town, I thought I'd kind of like to watch it burn. Not that they've given me reason to. Why not?
No.
My
She's
golf.
not gonna like move around Vander at all, but she's still just glaring at that satyr.
You want to hurt something? Hurt me.
No, I'd never do that. Not on purpose, anyway.
Nick sort of comes to squat down on the smashed statue of Methuselah. Lays his glaive down next to him and looks over at the satyr who's been crawling backwards. Oi! She's shown you mercy. Now go fetch your elder and tell her what you done. Tell him what you done. Shit. Argios is a man. You can wait.
I'll go with
Feeling
her.
we'll be making a swift exit if you let her go by herself. Then if I go, I guess if I was going now. You're muted, James.
Yeah, your mic's off.
As you move, sorry, you hear fire descend from the sky. As a screech emerges, and from above a comet falls like fire, burning to the atmosphere and lands with a thud like a meteor into the center of the glade. Fire burning burns away the grass in flames as a winged form emerges. Iron and golden wings reveal itself as a fury of pure iron. Reveals herself, and she speaks with a harsh voice.
You have betrayed the oath of peace, and now you pay the price. You will be taken to the island of the treacherous.
Who exactly are you addressing?
Ignoring you, the grand-winged fury steps over, and from her hands spills forth large lassos of fire, wrapping around the satyr, who at this point is running. As it catches her, she's pulled back. The dryad, coated in stone, and the satyr are both brought back into a single hand, drawn back up. She looks at the rest of you, and then with flames and fire ascends once more into the sky beyond. And as you look up into the enforcer of Thylea's oaths, the broken wounds of Methuselah smashed upon the ground. We'll end the session there.
No pageant?
What the heck?
Oh,
I don't know if they're gonna be a pageant after this, you guys.
let's all get pretty.
That's what the question was for. If you'd like, I feel like the pageant will take another hour. If you want to play for another hour, that is up to the rest of you. Otherwise, this feels like an appropriate stopping session point.
I mean, we started earlier where we're at, so it's really like it's only really longer for you because we're all an hour early here in the States.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I assumed you guys had daylight savings as well. Okay.
A few weeks
Ours
ago,
happened at a different time.
Right.
Yeah.
Well.
So I'm down. I do have a question. When you said we'd get a long rest tonight.
Yes. Yeah. You still get a long rest. You will still have the long rest. But don't roll your hit dice, because you'll get some help.
It could be nice.
I'm confused though. How is that breaking the oath?
Guest friendship.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if they
Peace,
broke the oath of peace, just they broke the oath of guest friendship.
Okay,
Did they?
okay.
Well, we're technically servants of the gods, and they're natives, which makes them.
We've been attacked
No,
by.
We've been attacking people left and right. We've been attacked
It
by
was the
something
oath
else.
of guest friendship that was betrayed.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
They do not joke about that around here. Wow.
that is exactly
Holy
why I didn't attack anybody that first round.
Yeah, I
Wanted
showed
to
up
make sure
kind of
they
late
got the
though.
rules
That's-
in.
That was a fucking fury that we just saw.
Yeah.
I've never seen one
sorry.
before.
I had the wrong image up, so I'll bring an image up. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Have an image
Sorry,
up?
hold on. We haven't decided. Is it unanimous that we all want to play on? Because it has to be unanimous. I want people to get their rest if they need to get their rest.
Chloe, you good to go?
Yeah, I'm good to go. I have to
Alright.
stay up till 5 anyways.
What?
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Then
Meg's
yeah,
usually the
I'm
one who has
understand.
like hard stops for her work stuff,
Why are you staying
and
up
since
until
she's already
5?
out,
Are you good, Lauren?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to make
Okay.
sure. Yeah, everything else is
Alright.
good.
Then let's take a 5-minute break. There.
I was about to say,
Holy heck.
this was going to be my Tasea in the library moment, guys.
if this fury took any one of you, we were about to throw it into the fury.
I know,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is about to
100%.
be so crazy. This day is about to go right down the drain.
Oh boy. We just
I
don't
thought
say anything
chances
about
were
it, right?
low because we explicitly did not break guest friendship. They did. That was.
I was like, they
yeah.
attacked first, so I was about to argue and like hope that they would take. Or I guess we're all going to the island.
Also, what did I miss? Did the orgy happen or not?
No.
No.
Got there. Like Nick has always been very hesitant about like actually involving himself with other people, but he's like, "Oh, this is Tassie's hometown," and they all seem chill. Except one of them tried to poison me, but that's
Sorry,
neither
you
here
were
nor there.
poisoned?
Tried to.
So it didn't happen? I didn't get Nick laid?
Absolutely not. No.
Damn it.
And, like
That was
I
my apology.
I was flip-flopping really hard on whether or not to do that, because Nick isn't quite that open with other people. But Crusaders, they're cool. Trusts Tasea, so and like specifically Methuselah was like Tasea's homie, so he's like, this guy I like. And James once again
No, he
betrayed
was like the one.
trust.
Sorry.
Methuselah. I thought it was the old man this whole time. I was like, I thought the old man was the one doing it.
No, oh man, it's normal.
Alright.
I
Here
knew
we
it
go.
was
Maybe-
fucking gonna be
maybe.
Methuselah. That's why I warned him. Asshole.
Oof.
Glad the Fury killed him.
It was weird that he was being so nice. Like, yeah, they were friends, but Poor Nick. He's gotta deal with us asking everyone if they're his mom, and now he can't have any romantic relationships with anyone. They might just
Aw.
try
The
to.
likelihood of him having one was already astoundingly low.
No more orgies for
That was
Nick.
pretty-
Oh boy.
Yeah, definitely no more orgies.
Nick actively ships like everyone in this group with each other except for himself.
We could have an inter-party orgy, you know? That's the only way to fix it, I guess.
That would be the safest way.
That's the ultimate goal of every D&D campaign for me personally. You know, it's just
Have everybody sleep with each other.
Why do I feel
Yeah,
like you're
of
not
course.
even lying?
no, really one of my longest term campaigns. Like the entire time I played a satyr in the start of it, she died, first character death ever. But the entire time it was a running joke that was what I wanted. And our last session, we fought this like goddess, and she took everyone to another plane except for my character and her sister, and they all had it was like kind of against their will, but they all had an orgy. And afterwards the DM, I was like, what the fuck? Without me.
You took everyone but me.
Yeah,
Yikes,
That's yeah.
Ooh.
yeah, it was a thing.
He's just starting to have a nice time in this regular village with these regular people who are nice and fun and know how to party. And then they try to murder him.
I tried to look out for an attack, alright? It's not my fault I roll under a 10 about 3/4 of the
Oh, and the
time.
walk of shame, I guess, didn't happen because there was nothing
nope.
to be shameful about except getting the shit kicked out of me.
Different kind of walk
Yeah.
of shame.
There might still be a walk of shame, just wasn't one.
Just
that
covered in
happened
different bodily fluids. Sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Expect that from Chloe's, but you...
Amazing.
I'm
No,
sorry.
my influence is corrupting.
My mind-to-mouth filter is normally a little stronger than that. Sorry.
We're all back. As a result, I think from the clearing, from the festival, a few figures appear, Argon at the head of them, as he looks at the disappearing, sort of flaming star just beyond that represents the fury that has ascended once more. He looks down at the broken pieces of Methuselah, and then to you, Nick, and he asks, What happened here? What happened?
Lovely fellow mistook me for someone who I guess killed his brother. And he was not exactly open to hearing an explanation.
No, that fool! He quickly hobbles over as a crowd is slowly beginning to gather, thanks to the commotion of the fury having descended once more. He picks up several of the broken, smashed pieces of Methuselah and just turns. The fury killed him. You fool! He tosses one of the pieces of stone.
I think Tasea winces at that. But yeah, she's not trying to draw attention to herself right now, I guess. But anyone, probably Vander, is right next to her.
He's breathing deeply and looks at you, Nick, and just points. Someone tend to his wounds! Now, quickly! He motions over. Nobles, are any of the rest of you hurt?
No, we bear no ill will to this village, and we did not intend for this to happen. If diplomacy were an option, we would have attempted it.
anymore.
An angry gaze looks over the rest of you. None of you are to attack them. Do you understand? They are here as our guests, as our friends. He looks at Tasea. As our family. You would do this to one of your own? He looks back. Do you see? He points up to the sky. Do you see what happens? This is a festival
Just
of
four
you,
of them.
of peace. Sorry. He stops there.
I do sort of. It was just 4 of them. I'm sure none of these lovely people are to blame. Hey, don't touch the blood, right? That's directed at whoever's trying to heal him.
I don't think. Yeah, enough of them cast Cure Light wounds at first level that you more or less get back to full health. You still have the point
Still
of exhaustion.
4 or 5 levels. Yeah.
Wait,
Cool.
I'm sorry, did you say cure light wounds? Did someone play Pathfinder in a previous life?
Oh yeah, I played a lot of Pathfinder. I played more Pathfinder than 5e.
Mentioned pretty much the first invasion I did.
Yeah, cure wounds, sorry, at first level.
It's fine.
You just destroyed my immersion. Oh my goodness.
Next, you're gonna ask me for a reflex save.
Where's the X card? X.
It's your Thaco. Wait, that's much worse than Pathfinder.
That's much worse than Pathfinder.
Keep going. Sorry. I'm sorry.
The old Satan moves over, flustered. Just, you can stay in my home for the evening, you son. I'll just keep watch and calm the village. He turns and says, have everyone continue the festivities. I'll deal with the Fallen's family.
I'll go up to him. I'm so sorry
What's
this
that?
happened. We
Press
did
my
not
baby.
intend for any of this.
He swallows and just says, this is a time to heal old wounds, not make new ones.
You can heal the new ones too, it's alright. I'm at full health, but I'm covered in steaming blood and visibly leaning on a glaive as a crutch.
But I think he motions, come, I'll lead you to my hut, and in the morning we'll... In the morning. He starts moving off, but he spares a poignant glance back at you, Tasea.
She's still not facing any of them. Still facing either directly into Vander's chest or if he moved where the Fury had taken off from.
Yeah, I think you see the old Sadie look at Tassie's back, and for a moment he moves over as if to reach out to her, and then just shakes his head and then moves back towards his home.
I'll go up to Nick, and ignoring the bleeding blood, I'll put a hand in his face. You
Take
alright?
3 points of acid damage. No.
It's alright, it's just...
Got him.
and she's... You alright?
Mic off.
I believe that is not the first time I've been stabbed whilst in Flagrante.
So the flagrante happens.
In Flagrante, yeah, the previous time was during, but this one now never made it that far, on account of how I am still fully clothed.
Well, I tried. I'm glad you're alright, though.
Do not ever do that again.
Here. I'll help him up. Tasea? We're with you.
We should all probably go rest. And she'll finally turn around, now that everybody's dispersed. And was he having us all stay in his house or just Nick?
Mic on.
Anyone who wants to take up the offer.
Yeah, I'm not good. If he thinks I'm going there by myself, he's got another damn thing coming. I like this guy.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if you only invited Nick,
Let's have a makeup orgy. Come on, I'll help you.
with just us two. Oh.
And I was a little bit on board before it was involving Tasea as well. No offense. Don't mix business and pleasure.
No, not Tasea. I meant Agris and you, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'd be down. It's got a kind of silver fox thing going on. Silver goat.
Turn to everybody, make sure they're kind of moving, but she doesn't get near the house when they actually get there.
I think as you move, your eyes flicker to the flames that had stood like burning embers in the grass field, and your mind is cast back to a building that flickered with those same flaming embers. And in perhaps a strange twist, we're going to go to Tasea's memory of the festival.
Demon!
So this might be kind of a strange change of tone here, but Tasea is drawn to a pleasant, warm evening long ago. Sun starting to set, filtering a golden light through the trees of this small Seder town. In the town center, a celebration is in full swing. Among the crowd, small, chubby-cheeked Tasea makes her way towards the food table. Approaching the sweets with as much stealth as a 3-year-old can manage, she glances around to see if anyone notices her. She finds the woman in charge of refreshing the food table, looking down at her with one eyebrow raised. She smiles guiltily, but still reaches out for another pastry. Before she can grab anything, though, a large arm wraps around her from behind, and the air whooshes out of her lungs as she's tossed into the arms of her father. He warns her about getting sick, meaning to lightly admonish her, but heavy amusement coats his words. Still, she slumps, knowing she won't be able to wiggle free no matter how much she struggles, and he carries her towards the crowd watching the performance. When he gets closer to the group of children sitting towards the front and off to the side, he lifts her up to look her in the eyes and laughs when he sees her frowning face. He kisses her nose before setting her down and heading back towards the wine barrels to continue distributing the wine he'd made. Tasea tries to keep up the grumpy facade, but her attention is drawn towards the performance when she hears a familiar phrase on the pan flute. One her mother had written specifically in order to call for her. She finds her mother off to the side of the makeshift stage, effortlessly morphing Tasea's musical phrase into the song she was already playing to accompany the current storyteller. She winks when Tasea meets her gaze, and begins sending flashes of imagery throughout the open space above the crowd. Enchanted by the show, by her mother's performance, time passes by a lot faster. The night of magic, stories, and probably too many sweets led Tasea to fall asleep early in her father's coat near where he worked. She woke once more, lightly swaying in her mother's arms as the 3 family members walked towards their home. Father walked beside them, holding her mother's hand in one of his and a wine barrel under his other arm. She remembers specifically how she felt when she looked at them, knowing that everything was right in the world. And fades back into current events. Yeah, and I think as she comes out of that,
Gone.
she was looking rough before, but I think Vander could tell she was trying really hard to, like, hold on to her anger. And after this, it's just like she becomes a void. Like, if you look to see what she was feeling at all, like, it's just devastation, loss, and just she kind of makes eye contact maybe with one of you, and her face is pale, her eyes are welling with tears, and she's the youngest. I think everyone knows, but this is one of the few times she's truly acted childish. She looks like she's lost, and she turns around and bolts into the woods.
As a memory burns
Do
away,
hobble after her. I cannot follow at near your speed. My speed is currently 10, but I am following, and it's very loud.
as the memory burns away like embers, a memory of a warm hearth, of sweet foods and festivities, a memory of family and home, of comfort and contentment. It fades as you run, and is replaced only by cold, sad loneliness.
And she actively tries to lose anyone following her. But she ultimately is trying to make her way back to the grove.
Yeah, as you're running, you're going to hear sort of echoing out from behind you, loudly and probably very swiftly dwindling, because, again, 10 feet. But you're really not going to make me chase after you after what just happened, right? Just like strings of swear words. And I'm not turning around, I am following her. It's going to take a hot minute.
I mean, you lose her amongst the woods. You have no idea where she's gone, where she might be going,
Okay.
what's happened. The rest of you see Nick wander into the woods, hobbling. But it's not long after, whether you follow him or not, that you realise there is no sign of hide nor hair of Tasea, once of Athia.
Did she ever tell us where her home was here? Like, specifically where she lived? No? Right. I am going to search the forest for Tasea all by myself without dark vision and with disadvantage on everything.
Oh.
Echo, Vander, what are the two of you doing?
I looked to Vander. Echo looked like she was starting to run, like take a step towards the woods, and then kind of stepped back and showed his turn to Vander. Kind of looked sad for a moment. I have something I'd like to take care of. I'm gonna speak with the elder. And she'll just walk away towards the elder's home.
Do you need me to do anything?
I think I've got it for this turn. I'm just gonna have a conversation with Raya.
Okay. Okay.
I'll go ask the elder where Raya is, if that comes up later,
Okay.
where she lives.
Vander?
Is Kyra anywhere to be found?
That's a good question. Yes. She can be found easily. I think she has a shocked, somewhat shameful, and certainly surprised, concerned look on her face.
Hey. Kyra and Kyra. I imagine you saw the big flaming...
I'm just trying to figure out which direction to have these conversations. Nick, I think Cesara comes with you. She's like, "What are you doing? You're embarrassing yourself." She picks you up and you search for Tasea yourself at a faster pace.
Cool. I'm gonna do something really dumb. But it's worth it, because this is important. I'm gonna cast Divination with the Eye of Vednek to find out where the hell Tasea went.
Okay. Tasea. Let's start with Tasea. Where have you gone?
She runs towards the grove, towards her family's trees. Yeah, just when she gets there, she falls to her knees and kind of looks up at first and She's sobbing at this point, and she yells, "How could you leave me here?" And then, kind of just looking up into the night sky, obviously not hearing any answers. She just presses her head into the tree, kind of continues mumbling on to herself about how they left her, and she's been so scared, and how the fuck was she supposed to move on? And, pulls out the fruit she'd taken earlier. Kind of huddled against it, she just stares down on it and finally says in Sylvan, "You don't have to be proud of me. I've done plenty of things you shouldn't be proud of, but please still love me." And she takes a bite of the fruit.
As your teeth sink into the fruit, the juice seeps down into your tongue and throat, and a memory, one of another time, of another place, appears. But before we get to that, Vander, you stare upwards at the fading comet, and then into the dark forests. Kyra just nods. The Furies have always given me a bit of the heebie-jeebies. Is everyone okay? Everyone looked okay, but everyone didn't feel okay.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Could you just stay close to us? I think we're gonna need you. Everyone's okay, but yeah.
Whatever you need, I'll do it. Goddess Kyra at your service.
Thanks. And then that's all. Banner's just gonna go back and probably pace outside Agris's house.
You see Echo emerging from Agris's house. You see behind, he's sort of stood himself in front of a small glowing fire, trying to warm himself. He's given you the direction of Rhea, and to presume upon Echo.
Echo is marching. Determination in her eyes. She'll go straight there.
You see that her small sort of hut is glowing with light. You can see a small crowd has gathered out as Ray is obviously speaking with multiple people about what's happened. Rumours flying past and fast across one another. But the moment one of them alerts the others to your presence, they all turn to look at you. Your snakes almost instinctively rear up as there's a tension in the air between the group of them and yourself.
Yeah, the snakes are like this, but Echo's face is calm. And she takes a deep breath, and they kind of go back towards a little. And in front of everyone, she will say this. You love your home, right? You love the people here and love when they admonish you with admiration and respect. Now take all of that away. Take your family, all the appreciation, your home, take everything away, and suddenly you are Tasea of Athia. You are a scared child who had every happiness stolen from her. You are alone for years, fighting for your life for some kind of warmth, and eventually you just give up on it, and all you have is survival. Any opportunity for happiness or connection or family is blind to you. You don't know Tasea's story because it's easier for all of you to just turn a blind eye. It hurts for you to know the truth. I feel such a temptation for anger towards all of you because I know the heart of Tasea's story, but anger makes you blind, and I have learned that more so than from all of you in the time that I've been here. I won't come to your home in the middle of the night and beg you for compassion, and I won't beg for any of you to have a heart, but I will tell you a bit of our story and leave it to you, Raya. You come face to face with someone who lost everything, and you treat her as you do. I ask you to consider what role you play in her story. Raya the champion. Raya who turned on her friend.
Roll a persuasion check.
Natural 20 for a total of 30.
You see that the crowd almost parts as you call out Raya individually. Their eyes turn to her for a response as she stares for a moment in the cold, cool spring air. No more petals fall in this reverie. There is only the still, cool silence between you. You can see this once eloquent woman struggles to find words. And where once anger stood, as each word washes over her, only confusion is writ on her face. She was the one who took from us. She took her parents from us. Whenever she was around. It's not... She took from us first, and now Methuselah? How? We didn't hate her. We hated what she took from us. I hated what she took from us. And now she's come back and... You can see despite her words, there is an uncertainty.
All I can ask is for each of you to have a heart. She's out here fighting for all of Thalia. Every day, she's died for it. Have a heart. And I'll just slowly start backing up. Look away.
As you bite into the fruit, Tasea, it tastes sweet, like a golden nectar running down your throat. It is the taste of ambrosia for a moment, but it is mixed with something else. A tart bitterness, like the skin of a peach. It isn't disgusting. Instead, it adds texture to the taste itself, and to the memory that comes. The memory of a man reaching down to a small child. A small ring sat around her chest. In an empty grove, the satyr man looks confused and around, and then looks down at a young Tasea, lifting her up as he speaks and smiles. Child, you are a gift from the gods. From Tasea herself. You can feel yourself being bundled and rushed as you're drawn to a small hearth, a vineyard beyond. And he cries out, "Love, look! It is what we've prayed for, what we've sought. It has been given." A surprised look on a beautiful satyr woman's face emerges from the kitchen as joy fills her heart and she marches towards the small bundle. Where did you find her? Amongst the land and trees. I heard a voice. It drew me there. And there I found this gift. What did the voice say? It said she'd be the one to save us. Then what should we call her? Something in the old tongue, then. Tasea. Salvation. And the memory fades. And from the grove emerges the large forms of Sazira and a small form of Nick.
I should have specified, I would not allow
divination
Sazira to
check.
come with me.
You would not allow Sazira to come with you. Okay. The small form of Nick emerges from the grove as you use the divination to guide you. You walk, almost with your eyes closed, amongst the woods for what seems like hours, until you emerge and see a singular tree, or what you now realize is two trees intertwined. Small hunched figure, clamping something close to a chest.
Yeah, I don't say anything, and I hang back on the other end. I was not comfortable coming here earlier, and this is even more intimate, but, a little firefly will crawl out from under his eye patch and fly over and land on her shoulder, and its ass glows red instead of yellow.
Yeah. Tasea is truly just curled in on herself. Completely just a wreck. Not really. I don't even think she's looking, to be honest. I bet her eyes are closed. And I think, yeah, she just has... I don't know how good your vision is. But she just has...
Not one eye and can't see in the dark.
clenched in her hand, and I think you can even see, like, smushed fruit kind of, like, leaking out. And she also has, this is kind of maybe gross, but she got slashed by Methuselah earlier in the day, and she's almost like digging one of her hands into it, kind of. Sort of like, I don't know if she's kind of trying to almost break herself out of this hysteria she's sort of brought herself into.
Yeah, if I see that last part, Nick just sort of calls out from the other side of the grove. Not super loud, but loud enough that you can hear. You know you're just gonna get infected that way, right?
My gone.
It isn't the
Good,
pain.
then maybe I'll die and get a little bit of peace.
He sort of like hobbles across. You know that's not how it bloody works. You've come back enough times to know better. Let me see that. He pulls out sort of a length of gauze and starts like wrapping it around her sternum.
She kind of watches him do it, and there's still tears coming down. She hasn't, hasn't cried, it felt like, about this in a long time, so just coming down. But she's not really like looking at him, just sort of watching him work. What am I, Nick? Everyone else always seems to know more about me than I do. Maybe you know.
I don't. I know you're Tasea. I know you're special. And believe me, I don't say that lightly, but it's a rare person that doesn't die.
I wish I did.
You don't.
I do. It's not fun being the one who always makes it.
Sure. Yeah. Talk to me when you're the one who always gets their ass handed to them. He just spits up another gob of blood and it sizzles on the ground.
You know, that's a lie too. You don't
I do.
hardly get your ass handed to you.
Look, being the last one left alive isn't fun, I know, alright? Can't do anything to balance the scales if you die too.
Can't die. I'm not from this plane. Parents weren't
What?
even my real fucking parents. You heard the Forge Keeper just as easily as I did.
I will admit, that part did slip me memory. That's Andrew talking, mostly.
Yeah.
I mean, your parents weren't your real parents.
I don't know. I had, of course, a weird vision of them finding me in the woods. How proper.
Did they raise you? Feed you, clothe you, love you?
For the short time they were here.
And they were your real parents.
Supposing that they were. I mean, literally. Because what am I? Something that doesn't die. Seems to bring death wherever she goes.
Look, as far as I can tell, you're just about the most important person on this continent.
I doubt that.
Everything that is happening around us right now hinges on you. I know that's not what you want to hear, that's a lot of pressure, sure, but that's just the long and short of it.
It doesn't hinge on me. It
Does.
does. But I weren't here, I feel like it wouldn't be an issue at all. I think things would be much easier for you if I just was sent back to wherever I was from.
If you weren't here, I would be impaled on a glaive in the middle of a hydra den. And not all of us come back.
Maybe you wouldn't have been there in the first place. Maybe the bird
killed
would have
my
gotten
mother,
to
I
you
would have been
first.
Look, I can't tell you what your purpose is. Maybe you don't have one, maybe that's for the better. But I can tell you the world would certainly not be better off without you in it.
Hard to
Personally, it'd be a lot more boring.
I can't argue on that one.
He winks, but under the eye patch, and nothing happens. Mostly because I winked with the wrong eye. Look, these people, Argus fellow, Agris, fuck.
Tigris.
Lot of names. Wish they didn't all sound so bloody like. It's almost as if we're all using the same name generator. That Agris fella, he seems to care for you. Can't speak for any of the rest of them. You said you want this place gone. Did you mean it?
Not really. I'm not attached to it enough. But I don't want to be here anymore. I don't really want to come back.
Right. Let's leave first thing in the morning. If you don't care about this pageant, then I don't care about it either. You're the only reason I'm doing this.
I don't care about it. I was hoping you guys would have some fun. So much for that.
I was genuinely having fun for quite a while before I got stabbed several times in the sternum.
Fair.
What do you want? Be anything.
Something you probably can't give me. But
Try me.
I want to feel like I'm walking on solid ground again. I don't want to be so lost anymore. Can you give me that?
Take some doing, but yeah, I can. I have no idea how, I just know that I'm not going to stop trying until I do.
Well, then I guess you and I are following the same path then, for now. So that's all I want. That's all I've been looking for the past 13 years. Tell me when you find it.
Won't have to, you'll be there.
I
No.
think at that point she just like collapses backwards and looks up at the sky.
Wait, hey, you know I can't get back to camp on my own, so if you're staying here, I have to stay here too.
I don't really want to go back. But I suppose you're pretty injured right now.
I'll be injured if we go back there too. It's fine. If you don't want to go back, we don't go back. Maybe like a bunch of spiders crawl down his arm and start weaving a hammock between two trees.
She does. She gets up and like picks him up by the arm, and starts storming back towards the town.
All right, slow down. Lord, you forget that I had my stomach split open an hour ago.
And patched up mostly. Just need to sleep it off.
I mean, it would be mostly patched up if we weren't using those bloody exhaustion mechanics, but yeah, you're right.
That's what they're there for. When you return to the village, you see Vernder pacing. Echo, pensive. Kyra, anxiously flitting her about, like a woman without a purpose, and Cesara, stock still, arms crossed. Kyra calls out, "Where have you been, young lady?" Sorry, go on.
Do you have any idea what time it is? Sorry, I was in the same band.
Your
You go ahead.
father and I were up so worried sick about you.
Box empty, no note! Car gone!
But as she chastises you out loudly, she sort of moves and gives a quick light hug before disconnecting and letting the others come along. Or not.
Echo will hold out a wineskin. Anyone want some wine? We can drink into the night, sleep it off, and do whatever. Am I doing the impulsive thing right, Nick?
If you have to ask, then no. And I
Alright.
think I'm gonna hold off on the debauchery for the rest of the night. It hasn't exactly won me any friends.
Vander will go up to Tasea, and if she lets him, give her a hug. And just say, look, I'm sorry for coming at you hard out there in the field. I didn't want you to do something that... I didn't want you to be someone that's not you.
No, you did the right thing. I probably would have regretted it. She kind of like muffles into his chest.
And he'll step back and nod and step aside.
I'll take you up on that, Echo. And she'll walk over, grab the wineskin, and start just chugging away.
Echo looks at Nick.
Nick is passed out on the rug. He's in so much pain.
She does a little celebratory thing to herself.
Turns towards Nick and he's like passed out.
It's fully starfished in the middle of the room.
Alright, kiddos. Oh, I was just gonna say time for bed.
Else. The evening does pass, and you finally manage to finish your long rest. Eventful as it was, and as perhaps heartbreaking for the most of you, it was a time of physical rest.
Oh shit, yeah, I should ask. Does this count as a long rest for me or no?
Yes?
Okay, cool. And it's a hit die per
Exhaustion.
level of exhaustion, right?
That's correct.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. I did not have all of them left.
Soft
That
light
should not be a 5.
leaks through the open windows of the hut onto the 5 of you. 6 if you include Kyra, 7 if you include Zephyrin. Kyra has swept up and you can see a small breakfast has been laid out in front of you. She says, I figured you want to eat together, alone, before we figure out what we're doing for the day.
Would you like to join us? You've been very exclusive this festival, and I think we all miss you. I guess.
And plus another set of eyes might help, you know, if somebody's sneaking up behind me again.
I try not to spy on people when they're about to be in their netters.
Where's
That's the
fun in
best time
that?
to spy.
There's a reason only a few of us are goddesses with limited omniscience. But she nods. Of course I'll stay. I wasn't planning on letting you eat all this breakfast alone, was I? She taps Zephyrin's nose. What's the plan? What are you all doing?
Can I just ask a mechanical question super quick? Do we
No.
get half our hit die? Oh, okay.
Sorry, you get your full hit die. No health.
Do we get full hit dice back?
All your hit dies back.
Okay. Thank you.
You can,
Do another campaign.
if I recall correctly, you can burn remaining hit die on health, then
Yep.
you get all your hit dice back, and you can
Correct.
burn as many of those as you like to.
Absolutely.
Also, Song of Rest.
Sure, you can get a song rest.
I rolled right before It's a extra 5 to your hit points.
Joke's on you, I'm already at full. Sometimes it pays to have the lowest max HP.
Wait, it's not the 6 that you rolled, or?
Oh, wait. Yes. Sorry. I looked at the wrong thing.
Stop cheating! Sorry, okay, yes.
Golly. Alright, well, I
what's the
propose that we skedaddle. There's a boat to recapture, my crazy ghost grandpa to kill, and frankly, I'm not enjoying being here any longer. He sort of glances pointedly at Tasea, but he's voicing this specifically so she doesn't have to.
Echo kind of look at Tasea for a moment and then back to Nick. Perfect. Let's get back on the road. We can all go back to eating rations and wearing armor all the time. So,
What are you talking about eating rations? We have a horn that makes as much food as we could possibly want.
I know. It just doesn't have the love in it. The love. It's a handmade love.
Who cares about that? It has magic.
Right, so I'm fine with it.
Yeah, might be time we
Good.
head out.
So we came here on foot because our horses got chomped. Is this a town that we could like get mounts in, or are they don't have that here, or they don't want to sell to us, or whatever?
You can buy horses. Just standard horses, donkeys.
Tugboat Junior shall arise.
So, the six of you form a small procession as you begin heading west. Are you just leaving town?
Before we actually leave even the hut, where is Agris still around?
He gave you the hut for the night. He obviously found board somewhere else.
Okay.
Do we see him in the morning, though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you head out, you'll easily find him directing the beginning of the festivities. Although things are much more subdued than they had been in the previous days.
I think before they head out, she is going to try to find him and have a chat.
Yeah, you find him easily enough, directing a few small children who seem to be gathering items for the upcoming pageant. Flowers are being brought across. He turns to you and goes, "Dad, how is your companion? Is he well?"
He's feeling better today.
Purses
The distance, Nick is doing a backflip, like in the front yard of the hut.
And yourself? How are you feeling?
Kind of waves away. I'm fine. Could I talk to you for a minute?
Yes, of course. Anything.
A little less out in the open.
Yes. Follow me. I know a small quiet place. There's a stream that covers noise. It wanders over, as long as there's no young'uns currently using it for their escapades. He marches and you find a small glade with a semi-waterfall stream. A brook. A bubbling brook. Then he turns to you. What would you like to know?
I wanted to let you know that we're heading out. And, I wanted to say I'm sorry. Lashed out at you several times. And I still don't think I can totally forgive you. But I did want you to know that you're wrong about me. Maybe not fully, but in some important areas. So I'll correct you on this one thing. It might seem like I'm running from pain, but it'd be stupid of me to even try at this point. I was never running. I was chasing something better. Following hope, I guess. It didn't always turn out for me, but led me to them. This group I'm in, There might be a bunch of idiots, including me. But we kind of have to be if we're trying to follow this prophecy. They're good for me, though. I'm not even supposed to be with them, but they choose to make space for me. Choose to have me as one of theirs. And it's nice to be a part of something again. I'm still a coward. But they help me be brave. And maybe that's part of feeling somewhat responsible for someone other than yourself. But they make me brave, even if sometimes it's rendering me physically incapable of escaping from my fears. So, they're good for me, and well, this can't be my home anymore. And it probably never will be. I'm going to be okay, I think.
He breathes out a sigh. You're not sure if he's taking on a weight or lifting one off his shoulders, but he nods for a moment. I hope you find what you're running towards.
I did have one more question for you. Maybe a little bit more of a serious one. And also a question for you, James. The satyr that pursued me in Astoria was the same one that was in the library, right? Do I have a decent enough view of like what they look like to either cast, this might be stretching it, but cast minor illusion, or even like if I have to use my ring to like turn into them, could I like show him an image of this satyr to see if he recognizes them?
It'd be easy to do the latter, so you'll have to...
Okay, so let's do that then.
You also have a mask that you made.
Certainly able to try. I don't think the mask helps. So you turn into this satyr, and then what?
Well, she prefaces it by, "Do you recognize
right.
this person?"
He furrows his eyebrows for a moment, and then nods slowly. Yes. He's not from Athea, but I remember him passing through with a group of others. They were looking for something or someone. I don't recall what. They were only here for half night. There are about 6 of them in all. Their leader was a siren, winged.
Do you know any of their names?
It was near 3 years ago now. I don't recall, unfortunately. My memory is quite foggy. I do remember the siren wore a mask. White. Gilded. It was odd. I don't know their customs. I wasn't one to ask. They were travelling, and we gave them hospitality as we should. I'm only sorry we couldn't give you the type of hospitality you deserved. If I see them again, I'll keep you in mind.
Yeah. Don't tell them anything about me, if they ask.
He nods.
I wouldn't fight them too hard on it either, since they don't seem to be pleasant people. At least not towards me. Don't put yourself in any danger, but don't give anything too freely. That's all I ask.
Well, you don't grow as old as this old billy goat without a few precautions. Stay safe, Tasea. I don't know if you're going to come back or not, so I want to say goodbye. I'm sorry, again. I truly do hope that you find the end of your journey.
We'll see, I suppose.
Speak to the Dryads before you leave. The spirits of spring. It would be odd for one of the representatives to disappear.
I'll mention something to them before we head out. And she'll kind of like turn and
Wait,
walk in.
one more thing. Your companion. He gave me a gift. Golden coin. You should know that. I don't think he'd want any of you to know, but I want to tell you what it seems you already know. You travel with good folk.
It's a bad habit of his. Kind of
Yes.
smirk.
Really enjoy that there's no question which companion he's talking about.
Although we literally all give money away, like, everywhere we go.
I did it once!
That's true.
One time!
Yeah.
Your parents' grove. I'll attend to it, if ever you wish to return.
I appreciate it.
You stand there awkwardly for like 3 seconds. Right, there's a festival
Yeah,
to
she
prepare.
turned. Yep. We should probably get
Yes, this way.
headed out as soon as possible.
I was going this way. We're going the same way back to the villages.
She just walks. Can't handle this anymore.
Have you heard news from the other provinces of Tamriel?
Oh my god. Yeah, as Tasea leaves, the door sort of like swings both ways, and when it swings shut, Nick is also standing in there.
I got third in line.
I was not standing there the whole time.
We were in the woods,
They were in
Nick.
the woods.
What?
Fuck me. Fine. I was trying to do something cool, but fuck you guys with your consistency. Fine.
No, imagine he's done that twice when other people walk in. Sorry. Okay.
Nick will also go and find Agrin, specifically when he sees like Tasea leaving.
Yeah, I
Also
mean,
that
you
he
probably
knows
see
she's
them
not
like
there.
moving away from one another as they get
Yeah.
back to the village.
Is Nick trying to do this
Anything
alone?
cool. Yes.
Okay.
You can tell by the way he stands if he's like standing a certain way.
Yeah, he sees you, Nick, and goes,
Yeah, the
"How
way
are
is crooked.
your wounds? Do you need any more care?"
He sort of like wrenches his arm in like a very unnatural circle. No, it's fine. There are several cracks.
I meant to come to you earlier, but there are many things going on, and I wanted to apologize again for the people of the village, for the attack. I do not know what possessed him to do such a thing. He was a boy stricken with grief.
Suspect that's exactly what possessed him, and if you'd gotten his target right, wouldn't have blamed him a bit, but sadly it seems he was a bit short-sighted. That's actually what I came speak with you about. I don't harbor any ill will towards you or your town. But in the interest of fairness and honesty, you seem an honest man, and you deserve to know what actually happened. Seems to me you believe the Fury killed him, and it did not. Your man attacked me with 3 of his compatriots. I killed him in retaliation. The other 3 were carried off by the Fury. If she hadn't arrived, Tasea would have saved their lives. She arrived in time to stop me from turning on the rest of them. She was calming the situation, but they had broken their oath, and so the Fury came for them. I trust you will see to it that the people of this village know what she did for them.
He breathes in with a shudder and nods. I suspected as much. You were not taken by the Furies, and so you broke no oath. That much I trusted, and for that I knew you were all in the right. In the end, it does not matter. It was not you who slew him. He slew himself. But if it was Tasea who saved the ones who still live, then I will let the village know. Roll me a persuasion or deception check, Nick.
Oh, well, dog, you know which one I'm gonna pick. At regular disadvantage, presumably?
Yeah, like at regular.
Yeah, cool. It's fine. Oh, that hurts to lose a nat 19. Don't see it popping up, but I rolled a nat 3, which is still a 13, because Daddy's a good
13.
liar.
Okay. He ponders for a moment and then looks down at you. I'm sorry I did not get as much time to introduce myself and talk with you as I had with some of your companions. Perhaps I harbored the same prejudices as Methuselah did when I saw that white cloak once more come into our village. I presume you are not actually a soldier of Mitros, then?
Do you believe I got this from a ghost?
There are a few things I'm ready to believe at this point, yeah.
I mean, I've done my share of soldiering in the past, but never from Mitros. More just for paid my fee. This was a more recent acquisition, and to be frank, I'm not particularly in the best graces of the soldiers of Mitros these days.
And the soldiers of Mitros are not in the best graces of the village of Athia. But I do wonder. I do wonder how this cycle will end. And I worry. I want you to look out for her if you can. You owe me nothing, and you owe this village owes you far more. But if I can accrue a greater debt, I would ask that if and when the time comes, you would send word of how she fares. I do not know if she will ever return, but I would like to know that she is well.
I can do that. I would like something in exchange, though. Exactly how much authority do you have? Is it just this city, or do you have political pull with the other satyr villages?
I speak with this village, but I am involved with the goings-on throughout the Old Woods. Those deeper into the forests are more fey. then folk. The nymphs, the spirits of spring, they will know much more, and they have great power, but I can speak with them on your behalf. That at least I can do as a village speaker.
That I would appreciate. I'll keep you appraised of Tasea's... I'm blanking on the word. Of her status, like that she's doing okay. I'm not going to spy on her for you, but I'll make sure you know that she's alive and well. In exchange, it's going to come a time, probably sooner rather than later, but certainly within the next year, where the cities of Thylia are going to need your help, and the Fae are going to have to unite with the settlers. When that comes, I'm going to need your voice on our side.
Against whom?
That remains to be seen, but I'd wager at least 2 titans.
His eyebrows furrow at that. We harbor no violence with the Titans or their servants, and many in the village worship them. It is not an idea I am fond of, especially with the violence that has already been visited the village so far.
Well, if not unity and conflict, then at least peace.
That I can promise. We will not seek war except to protect those we love.
I promise it'll be the next time they come here, but there will be a time in the future where men of Mitros return to this village. And it will be with an offer of peace. I hope that you're here to accept it.
We will ask for peace with those men of Mitros. Perhaps some have already come.
Nick barks out a really nasty sort of coughing laugh that I'm not going to try to do into my mic because I don't want to gross anyone out. But he's... Well, enough of the heavy stuff. I think you have a pageant to judge. And he sort of turns on his heel and starts limping away.
Oh, it's now turned into a rather one-sided race. And he moves off.
I'm so sorry to do this.
Agnes.
This guy's getting like every 20.
Before I go, Vander will ask Echo to come with him. Hey, I have to talk to Agris before we go. I have to tell him the truth.
Y'all's was gonna be smooching.
Will you come with me?
Of course.
I'm afraid.
I'm representing.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Go find Agris.
My God.
Oh, you haven't left already? How can I help you?
Oh, we were just about to. I have to tell you the truth. I've been a coward. Methuselah was wrong. He thought Nick was a soldier from Mitros. He wasn't, but I was. And I was here 2 years ago. And I have to tell the truth. I'm not asking you for anything. I was told to do something and I did it. I knew it was wrong, but I did it anyway. And I owe your people a debt that I can never repay. I thought I could make it up. I don't know.
There are many unpayable debts within the world. Many that cannot be washed away with gold and coin. But the nature of forgiveness is to take an unpayable debt and wipe it away. I've known who you are, Vander Victhera. Rhea is not as sly as she thinks she is. I had forgiven you long ago. There is no room in my heart for vengeance. It does not matter if it was you who was the soldier, or your companion. Methuselah's desire has cost him his life and the lives of 3 others. But forgiveness cost me nothing. I only hope you can carry it to those who also deserve it.
Thank you. And Vander's controlled, but he's probably got tears streaming down his cheeks. I will do my best.
And Echo will take his hand. We all will. Together.
Your people are very lucky to have you.
I'm lucky to have my people. The nature of family is complicated. But we do not choose our family for convenience. We choose them to share our burdens.
Thank you. And Vander will grab his hand and give it a squeeze and turn to go.
I'll give it a moment of silence as we walk away. Now. I was just gonna...
Agris is probably just going to say to Echo as she goes, "The children will miss your singing, Lady Medusa."
It's Echo. Veritas.
Lady Veritas.
I will miss the children. They're so cute with their little hooks.
But yeah, you were heading off. A moment of silence.
Is that
Yeah, I'll catch up.
You're sort of like a pounding on the path. Excuse me, Mr. Agrin, I need to speak with you. No, I'm kidding. It just felt like she was missing out.
Cesara.
I'll catch up with Vander.
My Cesaro impression is not very good.
He's probably
So
still
real.
holding your hand. He probably hasn't let go of your hand.
Now, a lot of people can rush into battle with monsters and hydras and bandits and even titans. But I don't think a lot of people would be able to admit to something like that. And I think that's what makes you very brave. Vander Vecthera. However you say it. Ectheria.
Yeah, you got it.
I got it? Nice. I've been practicing.
And he won't say anything. He'll just squeeze your hand and smile at you and keep walking.
Okay. She will look
no.
away, but be smiling.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, when you guys arrive wherever we are, probably wherever we're setting the horses up, are you still holding hands?
Yeah, unless Echo pulls away.
No, she's holding it, but she's like looking off to the side. Beaming.
Nick says absolutely nothing, but he makes a point of making eye contact with Xander and just kind of winking with his good eye.
Vanna just winces a little bit and it's like, are we ready to get on the road?
Yeah, what is his aura like when they walk up holding hands?
God.
Oh, gosh. Man. Complicated. Grateful, probably. Less wavering, that's probably been the whole time, even since there was mention of Athia. Not like all better, but lighter. Definitely like lighter than before. And yeah, just sort of mostly gratitude, I think. And then embarrassment when Nick catches his eye, a little bit of like a twinge of embarrassment for sure.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
it's lucky that we're leaving. I was tempted to get. I saw this man. He had some sort of needle, like a stick and poke tattoo, thing in his hut or his whatever it's called. And I was very tempted to get something, but as we're leaving, I suppose we don't have time.
I could do that for you.
No.
Oh boy.
Coward.
Tasea?
Yeah,
There's no
sure.
wagon. You cannot move a wagon through thick woods. You will fail, inevitably. Or the wagon will fail, rather, at some point. But you can certainly take horses, mounts, and packs.
She'll just stop by the Dryad, and let them know that the representative is dropping out, heading out of town.
They seem surprised, but certainly not angry, nor perturbed. Heliartes moves forward and says, "This is not the first time a representative has decided they will not continue the competition. You are headed west?"
Yes.
Then we will ask a favor of you.
Not another one. I mean,
Kill a
yeah.
Hydra.
Careful, Tasea. Your Lauren is showing.
I mean, what? Of course.
The old woods, many of the dryads, are centuries or millennia old. But now they fear something deep within, beyond. There is an entrance to Hades itself, at the end of the Falls of the Dead. Corruption spreads from there. There is a creatures of night and dark shadow now emanate from that place, and the Fae of the woods are fearful. There is an old tree, a friend. His name is Giganti. I ask that you check on him. I fear
I
that
think
he
we
has
can
been corrupted.
Oh. And what if he is?
And save him. From his corruption. The fog is dangerous. It spews forth. It has only begun recently, but it grows with every day and every week. Travel safely.
We'll do our best. And after that, she'll turn around.
You turn
Okay.
around, and you see Rhea standing at the side. Her eyes like locked on you for a moment. She doesn't say anything. For the first time, and for perhaps the only time, you do not see scorn written on her face, You don't see pride. You don't see anger. Instead, there is only pity. She says nothing as you move past. Merely looks back to the dryads and then to yourself.
Yeah, Tasea doesn't say anything either, and doesn't even really look her way when she walks past. It's not even like a haughty, like, oh, I still hate your guts kind of thing. It's just sort of like, I'm too tired to deal with another person.
You were the last of your companions to return to the small procession. The trail. The Pagentia continues behind. The spirits of spring bring in cool breeze, wind, and the festivities, though dulled. Children singing along as they say goodbye. But just as the festival of renewal has not finished, neither has your own, as you journey deep into the hearts of the old woods. As you journey deep into the hearts of ancient darkness, we will end this session there.
Ooh.
Something,
darkness.
Joseph Conrad. I didn't have anything witty for that one.
I can't wait for Meg to watch this. I want to, I need
it.
video of her watching this entire session.
It's gonna be a drop. I'm
It's almost 6
adopted!
section,
Oh,
kids. Look, I almost like. Oh, when you told.
Agris like said something about
Yeah.
like Funky, I was like, oh great.
Yeah, he said something to Vander, and I asked him about it, but he was kind of a little like...
Yeah,
and I was
he
like,
said
okay,
they
that
loved
doesn't-
her as their own.
Yeah, and
or
I was
they
like,
love-
wait, does that mean she's not? And he was kind of like, oh. And so I let it go, but oh, wow.
But she was their daughter.
That is officially 3 of the 5 members of this party that we know of who were brought up by foster parents.
Wow.
Just the way that you guys, it's just accidentally perfect.